That's your warning, everyone. They're all on the record now. All right, we have quorum. I've been in quorum. All right, welcome to the advisory committee meeting of April 14th, 2026. We have several things on the agenda for tonight. First, we're going to be having a public hearing, as well as our discussion and vote on 3 warrant articles. Number 6 about unpaid bills. Number 5, the fiscal year 26 budget amendments, and number 7, the override stabilization fund. I think those are relatively straightforward. Then we move on to discussion and vote on warrant article 23 regarding stipends for the select board and school committee. And then we're going to discuss the operating budgets for the finance department and bring the operating budget for town council back, which we had tabled a couple of weeks ago. So if there are members of the public, not in the room, it seems, but online, who would like to comment on any of those items, drop your name in the chat and we will recognize you. And so I don't see anything chat. We will move on to a public hearing on warrant article 6, unpaid bills. Deputy Town Administrator, do we have any unpaid bills?
Unfortunately, we do. It is in the finance department, so Lincoln is here. You should have received a memo from him earlier today as well.
Okay, Lincoln, you want to take us through this?
Sure. Good evening. Yes, we do have one unpaid bill from the prior fiscal year. It is for printing of our Q1 fiscal year 2026 Q1 real estate and personal property tax bills. The bill came in to the previous chief procurement officer, the printing part of it, Dave Giannakakis, despite Rick Seville, who's here, our chief procurement officer now, despite him previously informing the vendor that he was the new chief procurement officer and that the printing part of these bills should be going to him. They didn't do that, so we did get it after the encumbrance deadline, and we were able to cover some of the printing with what had been encumbered, but there is this portion, $5,959.09, that we were unable to encumber, and we do need town meeting approval in order to pay this valid bill. But certainly happy to take any questions that members of the committee have about it.
Harry.
Lincoln, I'm a little confused. The write-up says it's for postage. Is it for printing, postage?
I'm sorry, I said printing. My apologies. Both printing and postage are on the same bill. I meant to say postage. So the postage portion, a part of the postage portion was what we were unable to pay, that was not able to be encumbered. I misspoke. It is in fact postage, not printing.
And do we owe a third party or do we owe the U.S. Postal Service?
No, it's a third party. They are called Kirkwood. They print and mail our real estate and personal property tax bills.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Carlos.
Lincoln, how many of all the bills are e-bills versus printed bills?
We have about 18,000. It depends by quarter to quarter, but about 18,000 real estate bills, and it's about 900, I believe, personal property tax bills that we mail. And then many people choose both to get them electronically and via mail. I can check to see the number electronically now, but last time I checked a few months ago, real estate and personal property email only, electronic only was in the I believe it was in the 10,000 range.
Oh, so about half.
Yeah, well, less than half that are just being sent electronically. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Elise?
Yeah, I was wondering why the bill isn't actually attached to this, whether it's digital or not, to this memo. So we can see.
Okay. Yeah, I can certainly send it.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Anyone else? Anyone online? No. All right, want to make a motion, Harry?
Yeah, so I will move favorable action on warrant article 6, unpaid bills in the amount of $5,959.09. Second.
Great, and I'll leave the update mine, say 6 rather than 5. All right, so we're voting on a motion of favorable action on warrant article 6 to pay the unpaid bill. Michael Berger,
Yes.
Harry Boers, I think is not here. Cliff Brown,
Yes.
Elise Couture Stone,
Yes.
John Doggett,
Yes.
Harry Friedman,
Yes.
David Mark Goldstein. Yes. Neil Gordon,
Yes.
Susan Granoff. Perry Grossman,
Yes.
Kelly Hardwick,
Yes.
Elisa Jonas, Janice Kahn,
Yes.
Brian Ladd,
Yes.
Alec Lebovitz.
Yes.
Carol Levin,
Yes.
Liz Linder.
She.
I just got on, so sorry, can you tell me what this is?
Whether we're gonna pay an unpaid bill that was presented to us.
Yes,
All right, Pam.
Thanks.
It's not. Jocelyn Murphy,
Yeah.
Donnell O'Neill,
Yes.
Lyndall Shelby,
Yes.
Fran Perler,
Yes.
David Pollock,
Yes.
Carlos Ridwejo,
Yes.
Margaret Rubath. Lee Selwyn. Something log on. Chris-
Sometimes that's trouble.
Right, Christine Westfall.
Yes.
All right, by a vote of 21 in favor with none opposed, none abstaining. Congratulations, Lincoln. You can pay the bill.
Thank you, folks.
No.
One's town meeting.
Well, I was gonna say I can do it once town meeting also.
Town meeting,
But thank you
yes,
for your
thank you.
support.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Yes.
All right, Melissa, do you want to take us through the budget amendment, warrant article 5?
Sure. So you should have received a memo from me earlier today that describes what we are looking to use the budget amendment for. The first is to allow the Golf Enterprise Fund to access some of their retained earnings as a way to potentially resolve what might be a year-end shortfall due to both the inclement weather and the acceleration of some of the work that they are doing on the course as part of their master plan. I learned that even frozen ground may not be good for repaving streets, but apparently is very good for the golf course because they were able to get more equipment on there to do more work than they had anticipated. So they are only open 9 holes through May. That's what they're anticipating. So they may have a shortfall. If they do, they would like to use retained earnings to address that. And so that is the first part of the budget amendment. The second part of the budget amendment is we are also we've been talking about throughout the course of the budget season, our concerns about the reserve fund and the availability of funds to address all of the things that we see might be needed at the end of the year. Fortunately, we do have money that we had put into the select board's contingency account that we had been holding in anticipation of the schools potentially needing it to close their fiscal 26 gap when we were doing budget planning at the end of this basically at this time last year. So we had put the money in the contingency fund, and the school committee chose, instead of closing the gap with those funds, they chose to access circuit breaker in order to close their gap. That 970 has been sitting in the contingency fund untouched. Thank goodness, because we do need it. I anticipate that between that money and the money that's in the reserve fund, we should be okay through what we are looking at. We have some anticipated utility deficits that we're looking to address. I have been monitoring the health insurance budget. I'm a little concerned about what's going on there. But we know that there are 2 areas that are ripe for funding, and one of them being the fire department budget. You talked last week with the fire chief and Charlie Young about the issues around that. And then the other is snow and ice. The snow and ice deficit is somewhere around 2.3 plus or minus. We still have to kind of make sure that all the final bills are paid, and then any salary savings that may be in the DPW budget will move down to try and cover some of it. And then whatever is remaining after that, we would look to the reserve fund to cover, but at least 110 we can use with the contingency funding that's available after addressing the fire department budget. So the memo kind of spells it out, and then also has the motion and then the budget tables for you to look at as well.
Right, and there are actually two motions, right?
Yes, one for the golf enterprise fund, and then the other for the rest of the operating budget.
Harry,
So Melissa, I just want to make sure I have two questions. On the golf enterprise fund, none of this is going to lighting the driving range.
Correct. It is just related to making sure that because they are not operating an 18-hole course for what they thought that they would be doing, plus, any lost time that they had due to the weather, that if they have a revenue shortfall, that they can address it with the retained earnings.
Okay, and my second question is, look in your crystal ball. It is now June 30, 2026. How much is left in the reserve fund?
I have projections that show us exhausting both funds with maybe $15,000 left to spare. So these are very conservative projections.
we couldn't hear whether you said 50 or 15.
1.5. We definitely have placeholders for things that we know are aches and pains in departments. Charlie's working very diligently with some of the utility issues and trying to see if there's capacity within existing budgets to resolve some of the deficits that we're seeing. But, with conservative estimates on that, I'm looking right now, my March look at group health showed maybe around 360 to 400,000 as a shortfall there. So just kind of being conservative and saying, let's call that 400. For snow and ice, I said 2.3 tonight. I'm holding 2.5 as a worst case scenario. So, the combination of all those things, we're looking at potentially kind of reaching the limits of the reserve fund. So it's extremely helpful that we have this available bucket of money that we can use to address some of the projections that we're seeing.
So I should hold off on a reserve fund transfer for stipends for members of the advisory committee?
At least for this year, yes.
Okay,
Fiscal year 26, yeah.
Maybe we'll have a light snow year next year.
Melissa, while we're on the subject of examining every line item in various memos, that contingency fund that started with 980,000 and the adjustment is down. Where did the other 10,000 go?
So that is the standard level that we have in the contingency fund. That is usually money that is spent on select board related activities. Primarily, we feed them during executive session. But, sometimes there might be, a significant, event that may happen that there may need to be access to, funding for select board related activities.
But it was spent already is what I'm asking. It's not it because we're at the end of the year now. So we either pulled it or we didn't.
I haven't checked with Kate to see kind of where the level is at for that particular source, but that's typically what we leave available for. There are a lot of executive sessions that we've been having lately. So we just want to make sure there's some flexibility there as well.
Thank you, Michael.
Thank you. I have a question about the golf enterprise return, retained earnings being reversed. Is this an adjustment of the total, or is this an additional contribution to retained earnings? The 297.
So this is drawing on their available fund balance. They are using some fund. So they landed fiscal 25 with approximately $1 million in retained earnings. And so they're using some of that as part of the fiscal 26 budget. You talked about that with the rec department last week. Part of that is the lighting project. Part of that is additional course improvements. But this is to access an additional 200. If they don't need it, then it would just remain within their fund balance and it would be part of the next year's calculation for retained earnings.
Okay, sorry, I was addressing the 297,000 to be reimbursed to the general fund. Is
So
that additional amount? And why is that?
So that's the intergovernmental transfer. So the golf course pays for their share of benefits for the employees that are in the enterprise fund. And they also pay for a piece of their property insurance, and they also pay for a piece of the rec director's salary, and other kind of related expenses.
Okay, I'm sorry, let me try again, I'm not being clear. It must be this Italian sub. So the figure 297, is that an adjustment upward in the amount, or is that the adjusted total?
No, so the vote language specifically calls out the intergovernmental number. That number has not changed. The only thing that has changed is the in the vote number. Let me just go back to my memo. If you look at the capital number, that is I'm sorry, I put in the reserve. So I basically had the retained earnings getting pulled into their reserve. So there's 200,000 more than there was in the vote that happened back in May last year.
Thank you.
Hi, Melissa. Can you just explain the difference between having used the circuit breaker funds or having used the fund that was or the money that was put away? How does that differ?
So when we were talking about this last year with the school department and the school committee, we had talked about either they may need it in order to close what they had as the remaining gap that the school committee had not identified additional reductions, or whether or not it might make sense to establish a special education stabilization fund. Bella has indicated that is not something that they're interested in creating at this point. And there really hasn't been a lot of conversation after that, whether or not that was something that was still desired. I think that they felt that with Dr. Schmuckler on board, that they had a really good handle on, their special education program, and that maybe now wasn't the time for them to kind of look to create a fund like that. And then they chose to use circuit breaker, probably because then the decision was done and they wouldn't have to relitigate or revisit any other decisions if they needed to access those funds during the course of the year.
But when you use a circuit breaker, are you sort of borrowing from next year's?
So that was one of the concerns that they had, is that their strategy had always been to hold a year in the fund, and then that would give them certainty on what would be available the following year. Rebuilding that capacity is part of what their override request contained as well, so that they could kind of reinstitute that practice of having a year in arrears that then they could appropriate the following year.
Oh, I see. So then part of the override is actually rebuilding that. The circuit breaker funds that have been used for this.
Yes, because they've been referring to it as part of their structural gap. So they're looking to kind of adjust that in order to not have to do that again.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else?
Everybody in the chat.
I'm just looking if I got a private chat, so. I guess we'll need a motion, 2 motions.
I would make it if I knew what to make.
Okay, the motion is, number 1 is that the town amend section 6 of the Golf Enterprise Fund of Article 9 of the 2025 annual town meeting. So it reads as follows, and there's a whole set of items. So I think my motion is favorable action on warrant Article 5 Golf Enterprise Fund language per the memo from town event.
So I'll either make that or I'll second it.
He'll make it and someone will say.
Second.
Michael, I'm gonna actually, sorry, put the photo, I'm sorry. Michael,
Yes.
Webb,
Yes.
Elise,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
David, Mark.
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Susan. Harry,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Janice,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Alec,
Yes.
Carol.
Mm.
Carol, Liz,
Yes.
Jocelyn,
Yes.
Donnell,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
Margaret,
Yeah.
Lee. No joins all the times. Christine,
Yes.
Carol, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm here. Yes.
Okay. All right, 22.
So
Yes,
I will say that the memo on Civic portal says that the new language is in bold and underlined. And I don't see any language underlined in bolded as it comes up.
Yeah,
That's-
thank you. That was carryover language from the last time we did a budget adjustment, but the motion itself should be fine.
I see. Thank you.
and the second motion is to amend the fiscal year 2026 budget as per the tables that were attached, tables 1 and 2. Those are changes to reallocate from contingency fund into both fire and public works, snow and ice.
So moved. I'll second. And Dennis?
Yes.
Lee has his vote in the chat.
And it was,
Yes, on the first motion.
okay. All right, so is anyone gonna vote differently on the contingency fund transfers than they voted on the first part of warrant article 5? Okay, then we will very quickly dispatch that. So both of those, Lisa, were 23 to 0 to 0. All right, so now we have warrant article 7, override stabilization fund. This you, Melissa?
Yes, so Article 7 is essentially an article that is looking to establish a stabilization fund in order for us to basically raise all of the override funds for the town, the municipal side in 1 year, and then allocate that in years 2 and 3 as presented to the board and voted on the board for the overall funding plan. This is a little bit different from the way the town has historically done overrides, where we kind of incrementally raise the levy. What we are doing is looking at the Arlington model, essentially, is what we've been calling it. It's the way that Arlington has been phasing in their overrides. It was the recommendation of the town administrator, and then ultimately that's what the select board adopted when they voted to establish the question. So this warrant article allows us to create the funds so that the override funds could then sit in this fund until we're ready to appropriate them through town meeting.
I'm sure there are questions. I'll start with Harry.
I'm a little confused, Melissa. I haven't been following this closely, but I know this was a result of the town administrator wanting to collect everything up front and then sort of having a place for it in which it could sit. I thought the select board voted to do the override the way we usually do, which is 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. Am I incorrect?
So for the school side, they're adopting the model, the kind of the standard, the incremental raising of the tax rate of the taxes. And then for the municipal side, we are using the override stabilization fund as the mechanism to provide the funding over the 3 years.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Michael,
Question, so as a taxpayer, will I see, instead of increase in year 1, year 2, year 3, will I see an increase that will be all in year 1?
For the municipal portion of the override, yes.
I mean, and the next year there will be your normal increase.
And what portion, so what portion will that be then of the tax bill?
So if you look at the, let me see if I can I can pop into the chat, the website, the town's website has a description of the incremental increase in taxes that you'll see. And you'll see, let me just go to that so I can describe it a little bit better.
Do you want to share your screen?
Yeah, I think that probably would be good too. Let me just find that section on the website.
I thought the school would be a little smaller in year 1.
So Michael, it's like you're gonna get both. You're gonna get a big bump the first year and then additional incremental bumps the second 2 years.
Sounds like a bumpy ride.
Sounds like a bumpy ride.
So you can see You can see here, the first year is 5.08, the second year is 3.14, and then the third year is 3.1. And then if the override is passed, this would be the additional percentage increases from each of the dollar amounts. So 9.58 in year 1, 5.6 in year 2, and 7.7 in year 3.
So 206, 160.
Does that answer your question, Mike?
It does.
Lee?
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at these numbers, and what I'm confused about is, are they relative to the FY 26 tax? Are they relative to each incremental year? In other words, for example, if the override passes, we're looking at a 2.96% increase in FY 27. Then in the following year, it's 1.68%. Is that 1.68% of the FY 27 tax or 1.68% of the FY 26 tax?
So, and then Lincoln, you can help chime in here if you can. This is all, 26 has been always kind of the year that the current tax rate is what we've always historically used when estimating the override impact. We've been hearing a lot of conversation about trying to create a calculator that builds it all into one, and we are working on that. We're looking at potentially launching that within the next few days. But these three numbers here are based on the fiscal 26 levy, which is the most up-to-date information that we currently
So
have.
in other words, I can take my 2026 tax bill, and if I want to know the FY 28 increment, I would multiply that by that 1 point, whatever it is, 1.68%.
The increment for that fiscal year that is attributable to the override if approved by the voters.
Okay, now is the override, what I'm confused about is a portion of my 2026 tax bill is associated with some debt exclusions that, you know, have been adopted over the years. Are these percentages inclusive of the debt exclusions or net, or they have the 26 tax net of any debt exclusions that are in that tax? Do you understand my question?
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
You can correct me if I'm wrong, Lincoln, but the debt exclusions are included in the first piece of what you're seeing on your screen here. The 5.08, the 3.14, and the 3.1.
Are or not? I'm sorry.
They are. So if there was no override, you'd still be bearing the increases that are coming for the debt exclusions. And so these are the estimates of what those would be for those 3 years.
No, but I don't think you understood my question then. Let's say my tax bill, for the sake of argument, is $10,000. And of that $10,000, $1,000 represents the cumulative effect of prior debt exclusions. Which are then normally not then subject, for example, to the 2.5% annual, right?
Yep.
Only the 2.5% only does not apply to debt exclusion elements of the tax rate, correct?
Correct.
So are we looking at, so if in the example I give, do I multiply my tax, for the override, do I multiply these three percentages by $9,000 or by $10,000?
I believe, Lincoln, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
So the top figures, 5.08%, 3.14, etc. Those figures are inclusive of the effects of Proposition 2.5 and the effects of the incremental increase or decrease, for that matter, but increases in this case of the debt exclusions. Period. The lower figures are those amounts that would be attributable to the Proposition 2.5 override if approved by the voters. Does that make sense?
I'm sorry, you're not answering
I'm sorry,
my question.
could you ask it again?
What I'm trying to understand is, and I'll go back again, if I have a $10,000 tax bill, a portion of which is the cumulative effects of debt exclusions, and let's say, just to do the math, that 1,000 of that 10,000 represents debt exclusions. Do I multiply these percentages by the 9,000, which excludes debt exclusion amounts, or by the 10,000?
So by the 10,000, because the changes in the debt, in the net debt exclusion amount each year are already factored into the 10,000. So you would apply it to the 10,000.
Even though the 2.5% doesn't, for example, does not normally apply to debt exclusion amounts.
Well, and they do not. It does not, correct? But these percentages are accounting for the net for both Proposition 2.5, and then separately the net difference from the prior year of the debt exclusions. So two entirely separate categories in the same percentage increase, projected percentage increases.
Okay, so let's suppose, for the sake of argument, that the override passes. For FY 27, the combined effect would be 5.08% plus 2.96%. Is that right? And I would apply that to whatever my FY 26 tax bill is?
To the entire levy. So yes, assuming that your home, your property is, it maintains the same relationship to the median of all residential properties. So assuming that, right, because but assuming that, yes, the percentage
what is that? I don't understand. What's that have to do? What does the median
Your
have to
house
do?
didn't get reassessed relative to everyone else's.
Right, because this.
You're saying okay. In other words, if there's no reassessment, then my relative position is the same. Okay, I understand. But barring a reassessment, I would take 5.08 plus 2.96, which would give me 8.04, and I would multiply that by whatever my FY 26 tax is, and that would tell me what the increase is going to be for FY 27. Correct?
Yes, projected. Yes.
Okay, now the 2.5% though is based on each year's tax. So when I go from FY 27 to FY 28, don't I then have to use the FY 27 tax as the base instead of the FY 26 tax? That's what I'm confused about.
This calculator just goes on.
Yes. Yes, already.
Yes, and these percentages account for that.
So
That is
you
to
already
say-
adjusted for that, and so that they all would be applied. In other words,
Right, so that-
get the correct impact, then they all get applied to FY 26 tax.
Right. So that is to say, for example, the total dollar amount on the tax levy for fiscal 27 is smaller than the total amount of the tax levy attributable to Proposition 2.5 in these figures for fiscal year 2028. So the fiscal year 2028 number accounts for that percentage increase accounts for that increase of the prior year.
Okay.
Carol, do you have a two-finger on this? Go ahead.
Since this is from the screen, Melissa.
Mine's a 2-finger too, but okay.
Didn't say, I'm sorry.
Melissa, since we're on this screen, I just was wondering on the revenues and expenditure report on option 1 on page 7, you have the same percentages, except that for fiscal year 2028, it says 3.10 instead of 3.14. Is that a scrivener's error? Because you're referring to the same chart or same option, but the labels on that chart do not match this one. Is 508, 310, and 310? Should it be 508, 314, and 310?
So I'd have to go and look at the tables in the expenditure and revenue committee report and where that came from. I believe that the 3.14 is the correct number, though.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Carol, sorry.
That's okay. So I'm building on what Lee was asking. When I get my tax bill, it says total due in bold and in larger font. And that total due comprises mostly the real estate tax, but also the Community Preservation Act levy, which is 1% of whatever my real estate tax bill is. So as my real estate tax bill is increased, whether it be through a debt exclusion or an override, or just the normal 2.5%, my CPA levy, or however we want to refer to it, the part of my tax bill that relates to the CPA also goes up. So in your calculations that you've presented here, are you including the CPA, or are you only looking at the impact on the real estate tax component of my tax bill?
This is just the tax levy, not the Community Preservation Act surcharge.
So I think that's it, maybe it doesn't have a huge impact because it's only 1%, but I think it's very misleading. Because people, when they see their tax bill, it's that total due. Not the small part in the real estate tax. And I think you should be including the CPA.
It's in the footnote right there.
It's in the what?
It's
It's in the footnote right there.
Yeah, but I that may be, but I think that, I don't know, maybe I'm simple, but I think people are looking at the total due and thinking that that's their taxes.
Linda.
Yeah, so I guess I want to know the stepping back, why the select board chose this option of doing the big amount upfront and keeping it in a fund. And also my second question is, I'm assuming we're going to be getting some earnings from these funds, and how much are we anticipating that to be?
So I think that part of the desire for doing it in this way is that the reserve amount would be known, and if there are additional things that happen during the course of the year, we would be able to then project what we would need, what would be available in years 2 and 3, and how we could make adjustments for that. So as an example, if we had more positive news and we didn't need to access as much in the stabilization fund in year 2, that would be available to us in year 3. And so that kind of having that level of certainty, and then also kind of being able to allocate the specific dollar amounts, that was part of the desire there as well.
So it's about flexibility.
Mm-hmm.
Linda, with respect to your question about investment earnings, so this is what's known as a special stabilization fund, and the town would be allowed and would seek to invest in the same way that our general stabilization fund is, and that is by maximizing return through debt instruments from the federal government. So we're seeking to beat inflation and laddering laddering that versus obligations, and when we know cash flow is needed.
So
well, that was a little fuzzy for me anyway.
So let me, so I don't want to promise a return because I don't know what the
right. But you're saying we're going to buy
right. So generally those are invested in 6 month to 2 year federal debt instruments, depending on the liquidity that may be needed from them.
Okay, so it's kind of an ongoing active management.
That's right.
Okay.
Was that clear? Sorry.
Yes, yeah, that helps.
I don't want to promise a return because, of course, we don't know what that will be. But
well, you must have some experience with the other.
Yeah, but we
funds.
certainly seek to maximize it, and we have been.
Not even a ballpark.
I mean, it's going to be dependent on what the Federal Reserve funds rate will be in 2 years, right? I mean,
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Melissa, since we're debating a warrant article here, which is to establish this fund as part of the normal hearing that we would have on such an article, would be the question of what would the impact be if we were to vote no on this measure. Can you comment on that?
So essentially what it would show, if we didn't appropriate the funding that we raised all at once, I think we'd have a couple of options. The board could still choose to not raise the full amount if they didn't have the fund available to them, but they could also raise the full amount
And spend it.
and spend it. So, I think that the fund allows us to be a little bit better on kind of allocate, and then town meeting would have they would be appropriating the money out of the fund. So that would be, kind of deliberate action in order to allocate the funds.
Right, thank you. That was helpful. So Janice and then.
Well, you had a question on this.
Yeah, I'm confused now because the select board sets the tax rate after the fact, but it's town meeting that does the appropriation. If there is no fund and there is no appropriation into the fund, what authority does the select board have to raise more than has been appropriated to unbalance the budget?
It wouldn't be recommended. But it is an option to them if they chose to do that. So
But we couldn't spend it.
there would be no, if it's not appropriated by town meeting, there would be no mechanism to spend it, correct?
Okay, and so if raised, it would go to free cash
Yes,
and it could be appropriated in the next year.
correct.
So we don't need the fund. What does the fund do that they can't do anyway?
Makes it harder to spend the money in the short term.
It makes it more deliberate, and it also makes it more transparent about what is available in the fund and what will be available to us in years, basically years 2 and 3.
Can you comment, Melissa, on the mechanisms for which fund spending would come out of this particular fund?
So these would be the items that are on the municipal side of the override. So
No, I meant how funds would be dispersed from this fund if they were chosen to be. How the control of this stabilization fund, if it needs to be spent for in an earlier time. My assumption was that it involved oversight from the advisory.
So it is outlined in the 3-year plan that's also in the report as well. I mean, most of the funds are allocated in year 1. I think we do have things like the tail of the fire contract that comes in. Lincoln, you have a hand raised.
Yeah, no, so I was just going to say, so that if this fund was created and with the funds that are in there, they could only be appropriated from this overlay stabilization fund by a 2/3 vote of town meeting.
Okay, thank you.
So now I have a whole different set of questions to ask. So when we vote overrides, we say what the money's going to be used for in the first year, and then, but it doesn't encumber it in that exact formula in following years. And so how do we know that this fund that's for the town side is actually not going to be used for school expenses?
Because you'll be making the decisions on appropriations every year.
So, but technically it could actually switch departments, yes. Yes. Technically, town meeting could say, oh, well, the schools need more money, and so we'll just add more to the school side.
But not
They
the
could do
first.
that with any aspect
The
of the
first
budget.
year, not the first year, right? But after
Right,
that,
but that-
the school partnership could then decide maybe where the greater need was and propose it to town meeting. Yes.
So, I mean, that's the case with every municipal budget cycle, that we have requests and motions on allocating funds from various corners of the budget to support the schools and other areas. So that wouldn't go away. It would just be where the funding source is coming from.
Okay. So my original question to you was going to be, I know that we borrow for the $200 million Pierce School debt excuse. So I know that we don't borrow that 200 million upfront. We borrow incrementally as we need. So how do we borrow that money?
Sure. So we look at the cash flow for the needs for the project, and we essentially look at what we need to bring in the door to make sure that we don't have any overage in the particular fiscal year. So as an example, the first year of a building project, we're doing a lot of design work, we're doing a lot of construction docs. So the spending isn't very heavy. So, maybe the first round we borrow $10 million. Then we're talking with the building department, we're talking with LAP, we're trying to understand what the cash flow needs are for the project. Lincoln's also kind of just looking at the overall cash flow for the town in general. And basically we are, we're looking at drawing down a number that will help cover those needs without making it too tight overall. And so, that's something that we spend, every year we're talking with departments about where they are on their projects and what we need to pull in order to kind of make the town whole by the end of the year. Lincoln, if you want to add anything, feel free.
I think that's well said. Thank you.
So I guess I don't understand then how the debt exclusion factors into the actual tax that we pay per year if it's borrowed for different amounts at different times.
So the debt exclusion is to cover the debt service payments associated with the bonds that we bring in. So if we're borrowing $10 million, there's a principal and interest payment for that, and that is what the levy is covering when we are raising above Prop 2.5 for the debt exclusions.
And the debt exclusions amounts that are raised on the recap, on the tax rate recap in the fall of each year are tied to actual figures of actual borrowed monies, typically in the prior spring. So those are the actual amounts. Those aren't estimates, just to be clear.
Right. So we're going to be going out this spring for another cycle with Pierce and another cycle with the fire stations. We'll know for certain what the principal and interest payments are for those particular borrowings, and then that will become part of the debt service budget. You'll recall that we trued up last fall the debt exclusion amounts in revenue and the debt service budgets related to the cycle of borrowing that we had done the previous spring. So we usually try and clean that up in November. Sometimes we'll have it in May, depending on the timing of when we go out for the bond sale. But we usually use the November town meeting to kind of true up where we actually landed when it comes to the borrowings.
Thanks.
Great.
So Janice asked part of my first question, but I still am unhappy with your answer, because if we're trying to tell people what or how much their taxes are going to go up in the next 3 years, have you included the increases in the debt that, okay, they're now at section 27 of Pierce and they need another 100 million? How does that, how can you tell people what they're going to have to pay based on what you're saying? I would assume that the construction company will have estimates of what things will cost each year. And it seems to me that those numbers have to be included when one is calculating how much their taxes will go up.
Yep, and those are included. So we have a debt service management plan where we show the estimated borrowings that we are throughout the CIP for all the projects that we have. And then we have an estimate of what the principal and interest payments will be on those amounts. And so, we have a conservative estimate for what we think we're going to get for an interest rate related to those projects. It's probably higher than what we will actually get. Hopefully it is. It's around, 5.25 is what I'm carrying in the forecast for that. And we've been, obviously doing a little bit better than that. And, hopefully that still carries forward. So if anything, those estimates are conservative, and you should actually experience a little bit better of a number when it comes to actually completing the bond sale.
But I'm a scientist, I like things clear. So although you might have those numbers everywhere, are those numbers of what will be added to what people have to pay included in your calculators? Or because some of these are, last year we had a 5% increase in taxes due to death. And we're telling people, oh, it's only going to be 11% next year or whatever percent. But what if the next debt that we have to obtain adds 7%? Are those numbers in what you're telling people? And if they're not, why aren't they?
They are included. Yes, they are.
Okay. Then my last question is, on March 24th, somebody put up a slide which talked about the override committees and stuff. estimates of what your average single family or condo person would pay. And there's a line that talks about regular increase with the debt exclusion, and a line that says override increase. And there's a line that says total increase on the current option we have. And then when you look at increased taxes over 3 years, it's 39.82%. Do you want to comment on those numbers? Are they accurate? Where, if they're not, where are they lacking?
So I think it's the best estimate that we have, given the information that we currently know. I think there's a lot of things that changed over the course of a year. Values.
So do you think that's correct in your estimate? Is
I-
that?
I think it's about as close as we can get, given the information that we currently have.
So when we tell people who are voting for the override that it's only going to go up 11%, we're sort of essentially misleading people by not telling them the whole story. For example, your average home in Brookline has taxes of about $22,000. And if it goes up by 40%, that's another 10,000 maybe. And so we're asking homeowners after 3 years to pay $30,000 a year in real estate taxes without any exception for young families, for people who don't have the income. And so I would appreciate if, when you're doing your calculators, you also have a little note on the bottom that says, this is only for year 1. We estimate your taxes will go up 38% after 3 years. Because that's what people want to hear. They think, oh, what difference does it make? It's only 11%. And I think people need to be informed.
Yep, and I think we are looking at reworking the override calculator site so that there is a kind of the full picture as you're asking for.
Mike,
Yeah, there are a couple of questions I have. One was transparency. So here you're speaking to the finance committee, and many of us are trying to figure out what's going on. It's not easy. And it's going to be, it seems like it's making the system even more inscrutable for the average homeowner or resident. Not clear. Secondly, there's a thing called the Burger Stabilization Fund, which I would like to put the money in rather than the town. In other words, it sounds like I'm lending the town, forwarding the town some money and say, you spend it the best way that you think. And I think that's okay within limits, but each of us have to consider our own expenses. And I think if we have a regular increase, not bumpy to an extreme, and not knowing when the bumps are coming or why they're coming or what they're for, I think that's a disservice to the people. And I'm totally against this proposal.
Yeah, but thank you, because I had a similar comment. We're borrowing money from the public. What Lincoln is going to invest in treasury securities and earn comes at the expense of the public, who won't have the money. The tax over the 3 years, including the lost income, is a wash either way, because the town's going to spend, I suspect, what the town is going to spend, and the budget will probably be the same in each of the next 3 fiscal years, right? But for putting money into a stabilization fund and then taking it out, it'll earn some money, but the taxpayers won't have that, and so they're not going to have the income. So that's just an additional tax in terms of lost opportunity on the homeowner. The part that bothers me, and it's a little piece, but it's not insignificant, and we hear a lot about, I want to support the town, I want to support the schools, but I'm on a fixed income, and it's harder and harder for me to afford to live in Brookline. One of the things that the stabilization fund does by taxing in advance, it takes away planning. It takes away the opportunity to plan to live someplace else, plan to downsize in Brooklyn. Plan financial resources that may need to be liquidated, that are not easily liquidated at a particular price. We're taking that away, and we are right up front saying, give the town the money, right? Because in the aggregate, it lowers the override amount a little bit, but it raises the percentage a little bit, because some of that is because the lost opportunity of the income that is now shifting to the town, right? But over the course of 3 years, we spend the same, less the income. And then in year 4, we get an even bigger override because the fund's going to be, so it's just not transparent. I'm not saying it is dishonest, because it is what it is. But as we've already done this forever, which is we raise what we need, we appropriate what we raise. And then in year 2, we raise more and we appropriate more. We do the same in year 3, and we come along in year 4 and we have a conversation again, typically as to whether we need an override or we don't. And I'm not seeing where this is anything other than, accounting magic. But it doesn't create any money. It doesn't do that at all. It's zero sum. And as I said, takes away some planning opportunities from the taxpayers who are on that ragged edge. And I think it raises in year 4 the specter of this particular committee having a conversation about, yikes, this great percentage increase. Why is this giant percentage increase due to the override? And part of that is because going to be, no one remembers that 3 years ago we taxed them extra. I'm not seeing any compelling budget purpose for this particular reserve.
I guess my question to you in this case is are you making an argument against the override as it is currently constituted, not whether we should be establishing a fund to handle the accounting? I'm trying to focus on
to answer your question,
motion in front of
to answer the question. I think what we can do is, I can't change the ballot question. Right. So that was my point. Ballot question is what it is. But I think what this committee can do is it can recommend no action on creating the fund on the warrant article. And we can recommend appropriating a budget that is at a lower amount, as we would have done traditionally for as long as I've been in Brooklyn. And woe be the select board that decides to raise more than they need and put it somewhere where it flows into, I don't know where they put it, right?
Conversely, just to put the full range of options ahead, if we were to choose to recommend against the stabilization fund, we could also propose a budget which was larger than the budget the town was proposing. For example, we have a list that we're maintaining of add backs that we would like to spend that money, potentially like to spend that money on. I just want to make sure that we're not biasing that particular point in favor of only spending less. We could spend more, and the town meeting could also.
Town meeting could appropriate. Right. Town meeting could appropriate more.
All right. I would very much like to get to the point where we're calling the question and voting. So, but I'm curious, is anybody else, is any other things? I think we've debated this.
Well, I'm curious, is there anything that we could do to this, that we could amend to this amendment that would make people feel a little bit more comfortable to pass it through?
Yes, part of that stabilization fund could be used to help offset the costs of people who genuinely cannot afford to pass this override, give it back. You know, provide some sort of revenue to help people who are being overburdened by these requests.
I don't have the language of the actual motion under Article 7, but I'm not sure if that's in the scope of this particular.
Yeah.
Yes, Kelly.
Helping people is never.
Thanks.
So I guess it's a question for either Melissa or Lincoln. So what happens if Article 7 passes, but the override does not? Have we established a fund that we then need to spend funds on maintaining? Would it cost us, in other words?
We would create the fund, but actually, we would know before we go into town meeting whether or not the override passed. So if the override did not pass, we wouldn't need to move this article. So there wouldn't be any action.
Thank you.
Lev, did you have a?
Yeah, Melissa. Do you know what the override for the town would be if you weren't funding it up front? What's the delta that we're talking about here?
Yeah, it would be higher.
I know that, but how much higher? I mean, if you don't, then that's okay. I'm catching you off guard.
I'm looking at the presentation that Chaz had put together. I just need to find the number in that file.
I have a question. This is Liz Linder.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? So just this, I don't know if how this factors into the whole conversation, but psychologically, if the payments are higher the third year in, doesn't that leave a more recent bad taste in the mouth of voters who may be asked to vote for another override in a few years?
No. It's right. The answer is maybe not, because the percentage increase, should there be an override in year 4, will be a lower percentage than it will be with this particular scheme.
I was happy to take that as a rhetorical.
And the other thing, Liz, is it's a slow pain, not a fast pain. So you're not increasing by 38% in year 3. It's if you add up the increases for each year, it comes up to 38%. So each year you're going up by 10 or 12% or something like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Are we ready for a motion to establish this fund that we will either vote up or down?
Yeah, I will move favorable action on warrant article 7.
Does anyone want to second that?
Sure, I'll second.
Okay. All right. There's been a motion for favorable action on warrant article 7 to establish the override stabilization fund to invest and store the funds that's Melissa described and Lincoln described earlier. If you're in favor of establishing that fund, you're going to vote yes. If you're opposed, you're going to vote no. Michael?
No.
Harry, of course, not here. Cliff?
Come back to me.
Elise?
I'm gonna do what Cliff did.
John?
No.
Harry? Yeah.
I'm frankly a little confused as to the consequences of voting yes or no.
Abstain.
That's what I asked
I
Margaret,
will
which
vote-
one would do less harm?
I will vote
potentially?
yes.
Yeah.
David Mark?
No.
Neil?
No.
Perry?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Janice?
I vote no, but pending the outcome of the override, it can be revisited.
Ryan?
Yes.
Alex?
Yes.
Carol?
I have no idea. Abstain.
Do you want to speak up, Harry, now, or do you want to hold that?
I'm gonna hold back.
Liz?
Yeah, I'm also confused about the consequences of either way, so I'm not quite sure how to vote.
So how are you?
So, come back to me.
Dennis, I'm gonna vote yes.
Who's gonna vote yes? Okay. Jocelyn,
I'm persuaded by my colleagues, no.
Donnell,
No.
Linda,
No.
Fran,
I, believe it or not, am voting yes, because if they're gonna have the override, they need to sequester the funds so they don't get dribbled
Yeah,
to nonsense.
yes, but I can invest. But it depends on whether the override pass.
Well,
yeah.
it'll be, yeah,
Fail,
she
that's
said
moving.
that.
Yeah,
the
it failed
override
in November.
passed.
David,
Yes.
Do it. That was a yes.
Carlos,
No.
Margaret,
Yes.
Lee,
No,
Christine,
No.
I'm a yes after.
Lisa's a yes. Flip was a yes, and we skipped Susan, and Lisa's not here, and Liz.
I'm going to say yes. Those a few clarifying comments were helpful. Thank you.
All right, so it's tied 11 to 11.
Yes.
And Dennis votes yes.
Of those votes.
All right.
Carol asked a question that's interesting. Did we authorize a separate fund for ARPA? The way they're doing this for this?
No, that was a grant, so that came directly to the town.
All right, so that's the end of our public hearing, and we move to a public meeting. We're going to start on warrant article 23, stipends for school committee and select board. Who is delivering the report?
That's me, Dennis.
Great, go ahead.
All right, thanks so much. The school subcommittee held a public hearing and a public meeting on warrant article 23 on the evenings of March 16th and 23rd. This article, as originally presented, called for introducing stipends for school committee members of $20,000 with $25,000 for the chair, and to increase the stipends received by select board members to $35,000 and $40,000 for the chair. Total spending on those enhanced stipends would reach $365,000 in new payroll expenses when fully phased in by FY30. The proposal aimed to address the financial barriers that prevent diverse community members from participating in local governance, and our meetings focus primarily on discussions of the significance of fair compensation for public service, the need for more representation or more equitable representation in town government, and the concerning financial implications of this article for the town budget in a difficult year. And I will just preface the rest of the report by saying that I believe the petitioners have, subsequent to our vote, produced a new motion. You can see that revised motion in the packet for this evening. And I think it might be advisable to give the petitioners some time after my report to talk through some of the differences there. But during our meetings, what we heard from the petitioners on the rationale from this article was really emphasizing the need for enhancing these stipends to make serving in local government more accessible, particularly for individuals who otherwise could not afford to volunteer their time without that compensation. It was highlighted that the current lack of adequate compensation for townwide officials disproportionately reduces the opportunities for individuals from lower income backgrounds to serve, particularly those who might otherwise contribute valuable perspectives and expertise. It was further noted that fair compensation in general is essential for attracting a diverse range of candidates for any position, but also for elected positions. And that's particularly true, the petitioners contended, for prospective candidates who have young children or other caregiving responsibilities. As I mentioned, the proposed stipends under Article 23 would be phased in over several years, beginning with no changes to townwide official stipends for the current coming fiscal year FY27. As originally drafted, the article called for the full stipend amounts to be phased in by June 1st, 2029, the beginning of FY 2030. The subcommittee raised concerns about the potential impact on the town budget, particularly in light of the structural deficit and the need for flexibility given limited revenue growth and rapidly increasing fixed costs such as the town's contribution to employee healthcare costs. It was also discussed that the need to ensure that compensation does not inadvertently favor one demographic over another, potentially leading to a homogenous group of elected officials. It was also expressed that we were curious if there were other ways we might explore attracting diverse individuals who might not traditionally consider running for office due to the financial barriers that don't go as far as the original article proposes to. As part of their presentation, the petitioners produced a comparative analysis table of compensation levels in neighboring communities for their executive officers, and used that to partially argue that the proposed stipends under Article 23 would actually better align Brookline with regional standards. Members of the subcommittee, however, argued that differences in government structure and the inherently different roles of a strong mayor or city council may explain and justify differing compensation levels throughout the region in different municipalities. Another main point of inquiry from the subcommittee was to whether increasing the compensation for select board and school committee members would also require the funding of additional employment or retirement benefits. HR Director Ann Braga attended our second meeting and confirmed that any town employee, including townwide elected officials, receiving annual compensation of over $5,000 would also be eligible after 10 years of service for vestment in the town's pension system. Because the stipends currently paid to members of the select board are below that $5,000 threshold, none of the town's elected executive officials are currently eligible for vestment. Lincoln Heineman provided the subcommittee with an estimated annual pension obligation of roughly $2,000 for each member of both the select board and school committee once the full stipends would have been phased in as originally called for. So that would mean that in addition to the $365,000 in payroll costs, the additional pension obligation annual contribution would be approximately $28,000, which would bring the full fiscal impact of Article 23 as originally proposed to $393,000 annually beginning in FY30. Ultimately, the subcommittee converged on the sentiment that the proposal was a well-intentioned step towards making local governance more accessible and equitable, but that the current budgetary pressures facing the town and the optics of a pending override vote meant that this was not the proper time to proceed with the original petitioner's motion. And at the conclusion of our meeting, we voted 0-2 with 2 abstentions to recommend no action on warrant Article 23 as originally considered. As I mentioned, there is the new petitioner's motion, which it might behoove us now to hear from Jonathan Golden on, with your permission, Dennis.
Sure. Jonathan or Marissa? Or
Marissa, would you like to go first?
Sure.
why don't you bring a chair over here?
And my apologies, I did not know Marissa was there, so I thought.
Sure.
You can bring a chair if you like, and you can sit right here in the center, or we can help you with. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Like that's the Ministry of Magic.
Somebody's got a chair for you here.
I don't even get pizza. Yeah, hi
Yes,
everyone.
you do.
That's okay. I'm Marissa Vogt. I think everyone knows me. I'm a town meeting member at P6. Yeah, so Alec covered most of it. I apologize for getting the revisions to you all so late. It's been a very busy everything. So the pension issue, we want to make sure that we're being financially responsible and that we really understand what the pensions costs will be. Frankly, I don't think that I have the time to really get down into the weeds to do that between now and town meeting. The stipends wouldn't go into effect, even if everyone agreed that what we had originally submitted was great. They wouldn't have gone into effect until full effect until 2029 anyway. So I think we have some time to kind of pause and ask either the retirement board or the town's finance committee or some combination of you two, by your powers combined, to kind of see if we can get a firmer number on that. But yeah, in recognition of, the fact that this is an override year, and that we don't really exactly know the costs, with the pension obligations, I think we just wanted to say, let's set the stipend at $4,999, or you could do $4,999.99.
And we will continue working on understanding how we can increase it, because I think, you know, that those amounts will start to help defray some of the costs that the folks who serve on these boards will incur, whether it's travel time, whether it's, you know, caregiving responsibilities or something. But I think, you know, $5,000 is really still not quite enough. And so I hope that this can be, that we can approve that number, and then it's going to be the start of a ongoing conversation. And Jonathan has to go pretty soon, so we should let him talk now, if that's a.
It's fine.
Great. Thank you so much, Marissa, and thank you to the committee. I first want to express my appreciation to the subcommittee for the conversation. I think they helped us think deeply about the issues, particularly the pension issue, and I appreciate all the research, the help of Ann Braga, of Lincoln, in thinking and analyzing it. And I just want to pick up exactly where Marissa left off. I think this is an important conversation for us as a town to have. And so the idea of passing these resolutions that we're really resolving to, if anything, modestly increasing the amount of compensation that select board already increases, but naming that the school committee has not received compensation, and we believe that that is deserved, both for our current members as well as for those in the future, even if it is a modest amount. And most importantly, to have a continuing conversation, which we think whoever is in charge of it, whether it is the retirement board, town finance committee, et cetera, whoever will be in charge of that conversation, will keep the idea alive, and that we can all think together of what it might look like to help to increase civic participation in our town. Thank you.
Questions or comments? I actually have one question, because the report and the substitute motion is written up as two separate motions. Is this supposed to be written in one motion for both committees, or was it split at some point during the debate, or?
You mean the article?
Yeah, the article.
Yeah, the articles was supposed to be two separate articles, so I apparently cannot handle two different signature sheets. That's just like beyond my capabilities. So when I submitted them, I had just a brain fart basically, and I just submitted them with one signature sheet, and you know, so it meant to be two articles. I have not yet, again, sorry, not having time, not yet reached out to John Karen, who will be the moderator for these articles, to ask him about whether we have to formally vote to divide the question. But the goal was to have two separate motions so that you know,
So
the
for
school
purposes
committee
of
could
this
discuss.
discussion, we will presumably, when we go to a vote, we will divide the question ourselves.
You can divide the question,
Under
yeah.
the understanding that John almost certainly
Yeah.
divide the question at town meeting.
It was meant to be two.
Okay,
Sorry.
questions? Perry?
Yeah, so just so I understand how these changes come into effect, the chair of the select board would no longer get more than the other select board members, because they'd all be capped just under 5,000, right?
Yeah, I
And
mean,
then, yeah, okay.
it's not enough already.
Okay. And then the other change that's happening is now all the school committee members would be getting money that they previously received.
Yes.
Okay.
How many are there?
There's nine.
Is that everything, Perry?
Yeah.
Okay, Perry?
So, maybe I'm in a particularly dyspeptic mood.
How would we know?
You have to let him finish.
I look at the things that we've discussed over the past couple of months, such as the IT department's need for increased security training and security software so that some hacker doesn't shut down the entire town of Brookline, versus stipends for the select board members and the school committee. They're cutting senior transportation for medical visits versus stipends for school committee members and the select board. Bountiful Brookline, $50,000 so that low-income people can go to the farmer's market and buy fresh produce, versus stipends for the school committee and for the select board. I don't see any comparison between the two. And I don't believe the petitioners have suggested where the money's going to come from. So I'm weighing it against other things that we've looked at that are being cut in the proposed non-override budget. And I'm not seeing a comparison. I think the argument of, this is gonna bring in a lot of different volunteers, is inadequate. I think there are plenty of volunteer opportunities in the town of Brookline for anybody of any economic level to do without having to be on school committee or on the select board. And one suggestion might be is if you're looking for a volunteer activity where you spend as much time as you do on the select board or certainly on the school committee, but not going to get paid, maybe you should join the advisory committee. Because we're not included in this. And I can tell you that I'm going to meetings 3 nights a week or more, 6 months of the year. And I know the rest of you are doing the same. So I, in these economic times, even frankly, without these economic times, I can't support this at all.
So the answer to your question is that no, that was not particularly this bad. Janice.
So since we're at comments, I've got comments. So Harry sort of led off, but so the reason select board members are typically paid stipends and not salaries is that they're considered part-time volunteer level positions. And in the case of Brookline, select board members now meet 3 times a month instead of 4, fewer times during the summer, as well as do committee work. And fair point, Harry, we spend a lot of hours doing work. And not only that, we have a statutory responsibility when it comes to finances. We are responsible for the release of funds. And so, you know, we also have to sign off on. So the reason for stipends, I understand, is that back in the day, so select board members are asked to go to lots of events, lots of fundraisers, lots of things to, you know, that they really should appear at. And so the stipend is meant to defray some of those costs to enable them to do these other sort of responsibilities that that are just part of being a representative in the town. And that school committee members, for the same reason, these are part-time volunteer positions. They're not designed to be salaried positions. If you want a salaried position, you should take a job in the town, but this is an elected volunteer position. We are appointed volunteer positions. So, and this is it. So school committee members in Lexington generally serve as volunteers, reflecting a traditional non-compensated approach to this local elected office. This is the way it is in towns in particular, but even cities. So Newton pays its city councilors $15,500, not the amount that's being proposed here. And they're bigger than we are. They happen to be bigger. And the school people get paid $7,750 in Newton, which is our neighbor and a city. It is related to form of government. There are 0 towns in Massachusetts that pay that level of compensation. And frankly, Harry's right. We are cutting core services that are so important to seniors, to people of low incomes who can't afford to buy fresh food. And it's kind of, I think it's kind of, you know, we have no problem having people run for office. We have competitive races at both the select board level this year and at the school committee level. And there's no guarantee that we would get more diverse candidates for this level of compensation. These are not jobs. These are roles that people, luckily for us, have volunteered to do. But they are not paid jobs in the way that other people have paid jobs with benefits. And honestly, it's been working. And we've this is certainly not the year to talk about more compensation for things that we don't currently have when we are putting a lot of burdens on ordinary residents in this town. And it's not going to end. There will be more overrides. That's been said already, that no matter what kind of thing happens in my neighborhood in Chestnut Hill West, it will not bring in enough revenue to stop the cycle of overrides that we are on. And that's the reality. And you know, I am grateful for people who do step up and run for office and take that on. And people who run for office know that that's the deal. That's the way it is. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So this is not the first time the subject has come up to town meeting. And every time it's brought sincerely, with, I think, legitimate, goals of increasing diversity. I question whether that diversity is actually achievable because of the nature of the time commitment to be on either school committee or select board, and the number of occupations that just don't lend itself. If you work on Longwood Avenue and you work split shifts, you're not going to be on the select board or the school committee. If you drive through the team, you're not going to be on the select board or the school committee. So there are lots and lots and lots of sort of demographic categories that just, no matter what, will not be running for select board school committee. That said, I think if you go back over the long recorded current history of Brookline and look who has run, I think you find that that demographic extends beyond what we see necessarily or perceive necessarily. And I think the right population is not who serves, but who runs. The voters decide who wins, right? The individuals decide. I want to, one thing, this is about the defraying of expenses. Candidates that run townwide with campaign committees can have those things paid out of their campaign committee. And individually, $100 or $200 or $250 for a gala is not backbreaking to the committee, right? That much, can be left over. I want to address the question of the pension. There's another category here that would be way attractive to running for select board. If you run for select board or school committee and you've been working, any place in private industry, so even pensionable, you're going to get 3 years or 6 years or 9 years, and maybe you'll get some small pension. There's a category, though, of those who will get an outsized pension. And that's someone who spends, for example, 27 years working for the state in whatever capacity, pensionable, is getting a potential pension that is an exceedingly high percentage of their 3 highest years' pay. They could retire from state government, run for select board, run for 3 years for a total of 30 years of state service, and Brookline would be responsible for 10% of their pension because it's years, not dollars. That's an outsized number. It's in the hundreds of thousands of dollars per member.
Yes.
Per member.
Fran?
Just to add that, sometime in the past 3 years, when I've been a town meeting member, the same issue has come up that town meeting members should get a stipend to pay for babysitters and et cetera. So I think I agree with Janice and everyone else. This is the wrong time. I'm talking to my neighbors now, and they're saying they can't pay their taxes. They can't pay increases. And I think asking for money for these things versus all the issues, the $10 coupon to a family that earns less than $15,000 a year, or a senior medical transportation, or these others are just more urgent and I come from a blue collar family, what they used to call it, and I agree with Neil that there are a lot of jobs that wouldn't allow you to spend the time. So I think the intent is valuable and worthy, but I don't think it would actually help the people you want to see running for these offices. And during our current economics, it's sort of hard to justify.
David Mark. I'm finding myself in a much worse mood than Harry, so, but before I actually get into my comments, I have a question. You put the total at $49.99 to be under the total, which would kick in a lot of the benefits. But there are other things in compensation that could count toward that. So if the politician in question goes to an MMA event and asks for his registration fee or travel, whatever, if you give them food, could that count toward the as compensation and put them over the 5,000? You know, so there are a lot of things that are just not answered yet, and it seems really premature to even seriously think about it. We're talking about $400,000 a year to pay 14 part-time people, and the timing, bringing this up now when we're facing the override is unbelievably. I cannot understand it. It seems horrible for the timing, and the last time it came before town meeting, it failed miserably at town meeting last time. And why we bring this back up third time? Right now, people run for office out of the civic duty to give back to the town. It's not about the money. If we were to change that, people would see, oh wow, $30,000 for a part-time job, one night a week. That sounds great. And a lot of people would get into the race and not realizing how much work it actually is. The problem with this is that this does the opposite of increasing diversity or encouraging diversity, because you're not giving the money to the diversity candidates, to the people who could use it. You're giving it to the incumbents. You're giving a $90,000 advantage to incumbent politicians, giving them incentives to stay on the board longer. And they can use as much of that $90,000 to run for re-election as they want, making the chance of somebody coming, from a poor family or a senior or whatever, trying to run and get into the office, that job even more impossible. And they're not even going to bother running when they see the amount of money that the candidate can put into this. It seems incredibly a bad idea to be giving $90,000 to an entrenched incumbent if you want to get diversity in there. Usually right now, people will burn out and they'll decide not to run for re-election. You remember Neil Wyshynski decided not to run a couple of years ago. That's what normally happens. People are really angry about something, they can kick an incumbent out, but that's kind of rare for both select board and school committee. So this would not be helping equity at all. It would be helping the entrenched incumbents who know how to campaign, who have the resources to fundraise, who have all the experience needed to keep a hold of their job and get reelected. The people running who are diverse or whatever you want to call them, they're going to be even more far behind in terms of trying to not become politicians. And with the pensions, it gives the incumbent a huge incentive to stay on, as long as they can. And let's see, I asked about the other compensation. Okay, so the worst part about this for me is that the message it sends to people who work in the school department, even if the override passes, we are going to be laying off 22 people. 22 people are going to be going on the unemployment line, even if the override passes. And our message to them is that we would rather give this money to part-time politicians than to try to save their jobs. We're saying, we want to reward the school committee people who are laying you off by giving them $30,000 a year at the expense of your job. And what kind of message does that send to them? What kind of message does that send to the people who vote on this? It just, I cannot believe we're dealing with this again. I'd rather see that $400,000 go to try and save some of the school positions, or help try take part of the engine that we might lose in the fire department, or something like that. To give to part-time politicians and reward them and reward their incumbency and help keep their incumbency is the opposite of what you say you want as far as getting diverse bunch of people there. If you want to do that, give the money to the challengers to help them run a campaign, which is out of scope.
Probably illegal.
But this does the exact opposite, and it's just such bad timing. I would beg you not to bring this in for the town meeting right now. Just, I mean, they have the warrant, they have the explanation, but just don't do it. Please.
Yeah, I have a two finger just on a couple of the comments that made and that some others have made. You know, I just want to remind everybody that this warrant article is meant to create space. It's not intended to actually put cash into who might be otherwise corrupt politicians.
Sorry to interrupt.
Oh, sure. To create a more inclusive space for people to actually be able to come in and maybe run for these positions. These are positions of power in our town. And yeah, I mean, up until this past year, I couldn't run. I had 2 kids at home. I couldn't leave them. We couldn't afford to, you know, leave them with a babysitter. And so those are real restrictions. I'm not disagreeing with all the points that you just made, but I do just want to underscore that this is about how do we as a town look at the values that we openly profess, and how are we going to actually implement ways for us to be able to be inclusionary. If this isn't that structure, fine, so be it. But we do need to start thinking a bit more about how we're going to do that going forward.
They don't get the money unless they're elected, and that's what we're happy for.
Liz?
Hi, thank you. Yes, so I have a couple of comments, and one is that I think there are so many unintended consequences and let me preface by saying wonderful spirit of inclusion. And there are so many unintended consequences that can come out of this that I find unsettling, including everything that's been mentioned. And, you know, in the spirit of reality, let's just say, sometimes you can't do everything, right? Like I would have run again this year, but it's not the right year for me because of the situations in my life, let's say. And I think that there's a natural barrier right now to that maybe rewards people who have a certain amount of time or a certain level of experience, but also there's also a barrier to running. I mean, this is not going to clear the barrier to running, which is that you have to be able to fundraise. You've got to form a campaign team. You know, there's a lot of steps along the way that I feel like create the obstacles that you're trying to alleviate. And this one it feels a little bit tone deaf. And it also seems to me that there's this wonderful thing that happens in this town, which is a lot of volunteer work. And when you start to pick and choose who gets paid, it gets very complicated. And it also seems to me that it would get complicated when people at fairly high levels of making decisions are potentially making decisions that will reward them financially. So it just, I think that I don't support this, basically. And the other thing is, so would it be a very large, is this a very large stipend, or then are they employees? And if so, is there healthcare involved? I think that's it.
Is this a true 2 finger? Go ahead.
No, that was just, my hand was,
Okay, I'll put you on the list.
yes.
Christine, then Brent, then Carl.
I think I've probably been on the advisory committee way too long at this point. I'm looking at the different color signs and realizing that those of us who have blue signs have been here way too long to by and large. And some of us got new signs and things, but in my long tenure here, there's never been a good time to bring this. So the argument that this is a bad time, I think, is sort of irrelevant. This has come up over and over again over the last God knows how many years. I try not to think about that. And there's never a good time for it. really what it represents is our idea that, we run right now a town primarily with volunteers and employees, and we keep a pretty strict line between volunteers and employees, and that's probably a good thing. Now, we may decide that we need to go to a city government where we pay and rely less on volunteers. That's a different issue. To the extent that this seeks to increase the perspective that people have, because one of the things that I both love about Brookline and think is problematic is anybody can generate meetings here. You know, virtually anybody can if they're passionate about something, can push people into a meeting to discuss it. So we tend to get perspectives, and I don't think this is going to increase the input of varied perspectives. To the extent that a lot of meetings are online now, babysitting isn't an issue. To the extent that we have a fairly participatory system, you know, at some point for town meeting or for the select board or for the school committee, we might want to establish small funds that cover things like childcare while somebody's at a meeting. That's different than a stipend for service. And so I, you know, on one hand, I think that the argument that this isn't a good time is kind of a bogus argument because there's never a good time. And as nearly as I can see in the next 10 or 15 years, there's never going to be a good time to have a discussion about increasing the budget this way. But that aside, I don't think it's going to accomplish its goal, or it's needed to accomplish its goal. I think while we can't get full participation from everyone because they won't be able to run for elected office necessarily, to the extent that we can get their input, and we do get their input, I don't think it's going to create an additional set of perspectives that we consider going forward. So in that regard, I don't think I can support it.
So, do you have a comment, or you were just?
I had a comment.
Okay.
I was gonna say some of the things Christine had said, and I would suggest that you consider, if you're gonna do this in the future, making it a fund that is need-based for people who need babysitters or whatever it is you do, because all of the programs, like at the senior center, if you want transportation now, it's needs-based. You know, it needs to be, and that if you establish a needs-based aspect of it, that gets it to the people you're trying to help. And you could think of a whole bunch of different things that people can apply for, childcare, whatever, Ubering to town hall. And that might be something that you consider. And although there's never going to be a good time to do it, the year people are crying about overrides is probably the worst.
Yeah, well, I wanted to commend the petitioners actually for this article, because it is something that would, in the long term, I think, bring more opportunity to people who haven't thought of running because of the cost that it brings to someone's household. But I do agree with the group that it's not the right year to do it. And I think the reason why we have to look at it more carefully is because of the unintended consequences.
Oh, yeah, no,
So
I agree.
what I wonder is if you would be willing to turn this into a resolution that says we need to keep them thinking about how to come up with a way of doing this, understanding that right now in the middle of an override is maybe not the best time to do it, but it is something that would, in the long term, that we need a solution for it, and that we need to figure out how to, you know, sort of figure all the kinks, all the unintended consequences, what David Mark said, because I also see that, you know, if you are in one of the committees for like 7 years and you say, hey, I'm here for 2 more, 3 more years, I get, you know, a pension. which self-employed people like me don't have a pension plan or anything like that. So I can see that happening. And so maybe there are restrictions and we have to see what the law allows you to do, where maybe you can't do that. So I think it just needs a little bit more thinking, and I see that you've been sort of super busy with life, getting this through. So maybe the effort isn't thrown away by saying, okay, let's do this as a resolution this year and then turn it into something else.
So that's a specific question. Just you go ahead and answer that.
Did you read the document I sent out today?
Today, no.
Okay, because the text of that was intended to kind of say that. I mean, it does still have the increased statement amount of $4,999. Which, to be clear, like the select board stipends are currently $3,500. So it's a relatively small increase. And those stipends haven't increased in, I don't have my laptop, but it's been a long time. They have not kept up with inflation. So I think.
Right,
like
but
that,
when you, so you take
and so
4,000
yeah.
times 9 is 36.
Right, so the school committee stipends would be brand new, and that is still a new thing, but in addition to having like, just a small increase for the select board, there is still text that says, like, we haven't figured out all of the costs here, but we would like to figure this out and would like stipends to happen. Again, none of this, even the increase from 3,500 to 4,999 has to happen at all, because this is a resolution. Nothing has to happen. No one will be out of in violation of a bylaw. But even if we want to follow the resolution to take, none of it would have to happen until July 1st, 2029. And of course, the new text that I added today is saying, like, can we please by that time try to figure out how to pay these higher stipend amounts?
And so to that end, I guess, like Carlos, I would commend you and Jonathan and your co-petitioners for bringing it. And I think what the discussion here and its subcommittee has uncovered is the complexity of this. So one of the things I've been thinking about on the back of your comments is, would you be willing to refer this to a committee to bring it back and do this study of the amounts, the unintended consequences, but perhaps the benefits, and incorporate some of what Fran has suggested as a way of moving it forward in perhaps a more research and analytical base where folks have to consider.
Oh, I would like to add, I was going to say this in response to Carlos as well, but irrespective of whether she's willing to move it to a committee, you can recommend that it go to a moderators committee if you believe it's worthy of full study. So I'll let her fill in later, so we have more comments.
I'm still the friendly approach. That's all.
I appreciate the friendly. Come back over here. I appreciate it. Finally. Can I just say though that I that's fine, but I do want us to take a vote on the idea of increasing the stipends, to say yes, we want increased stipends, not just to say we're referring this whole concept to a committee. And the reason I want us to take a vote saying yes, we want increased stipends is that we set that July 1st, 2029, and because we want to say we want increased stipends and to give the town time to figure out how to pay for it. We're not saying that anything's going to happen this coming year. We didn't say anything has to happen in 2020, whatever next year is 2027. We're trying to say this is a budget priority of town meeting. Let's figure out how to pay for it. I don't know how else we can set our budget priorities as town meeting, but
I think with the budget issues that we have right now, I think you're putting yourself at a disadvantage, because as Harry said, in farmers market versus this, a lot of people would say, well, the farmers market would actually help disadvantaged people a lot more than this would.
Yeah.
So you're sort of, I think, not giving yourself the proper opportunity by sort of pushing it for this and this and this one.
Okay, I have a queue, and I want to get back to the queue, and it involves Margaret and then Neil and then Janice.
You already know my thoughts on this, because we were all in committee together, and it's unfortunate that the pension obligation really kind of tanked this in committee. I do want to thank Fran, Carlos, and Kelly for having, I think, really good leadership, take us back to some first principles thinking and understanding what is the problem we're here to solve and not just whinging about something. I do want to point out, right, this town at 51% renters, 57% under 40, and that's not a lot of who's in town meeting. People really love to say, like, well, town meeting is so different now. You should have seen it 10 years ago. The bar was in hell 10 years ago. I'm not, that's not my standard, right? So I say that to say, our representation in this town is largely wealthy, white, over 50 homeowners. And I really do commend Marissa for coming into the Dragon's Den and getting daggers thrown at her for simply bringing an idea, which is what we should all be encouraging people to do. I could not in good conscience vote for something that was going to incur a $40,000 pension obligation. But I can in good conscience say that I'm glad that you brought it and I want to continue the conversation. And so I'm glad to see other members of the committee also like reflect that kind of thought process.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, so
Oh, sorry, last thing I was gonna say, this town voted last week, $3.6 million for a golf course. And yet we have the audacity to ask where money was gonna come from. I was the only one to say, hey, 19% increase. Did we have a revenue to offset that? And I understand that. However, we find money for things we want to put we want to spend it on. If we wanted to do that, we could cut it somewhere else and we could figure it out. Not that I'm suggesting we do that for $400,000 for pension obligation. I didn't even vote for that. But I say that to say we should continue this conversation. Sorry, I should have you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so beyond the scope of the article and beyond the scope of town government, I'd really like to see, for example, the Community Foundation do a demographic study of who, by whatever demographic category makes sense, volunteers in Brookline. Because we have faith organizations, we have PTOs, we have youth sports, and we have scouting, and I'm just getting started. And then we have people who focus on their careers, which is a whole different gene altogether. I'd like to know whether every demographic is available, because I'm pretty sure that there are not a lot of volunteers in the PTOs who don't have kids in that particular school. That's less true on the soccer fields, but largely true on the soccer fields. And I'm not sure I could list all the places that you can volunteer in Brookline that are not town government. I'll remind anybody who wants to pay attention, I'll remind that the demographic of the voters, certainly in terms of age and home ownership, is to a large extent what drives the demographics of town meeting. I suppose the average age of voter in town election, median age, is 58, 59, depending upon what year you're in and whether there's an override. That's not the median age of the registered voter, which is a way different number. But in terms of demographics, without getting an actual count, town meeting has, and I believe remains, it's blacker than Brookline. It's blinder than Brookline. It's more disabled than Brookline. It's 50-50 more or less by gender. Don't expect it to match the town. And, you know, if renters aren't electing renters, don't blame the homeowners.
Sounds like you were about to propose stipends for voters. Janice.
Neil actually talked a little bit about what I was thinking, which is that for me, so I've lived here now 2/3 of my life, in Brookline, and I keep thinking about what makes Brookline really different from other places that I've lived in and other places that I know. And to me, what makes it really special is people's willingness to volunteer their time for the betterment of this community. I think that's what makes us a special community, that you don't have to pay someone to care about, you know, about putting time in. And I invite you all, if you have time, to go to select board meetings and listen to the select board members interview candidates for the various boards and commissions and various things, because I am constantly in awe of the people who have lots of talents and just willing to donate those talents to the betterment of the community. I think that's what makes us different. I think that's what makes us a really, really excellent community to live in. And that's why I appreciate Marissa coming here. I know that you're a busy person. I know that you have important jobs. I know that you have family responsibilities. And yet, this isn't your first rodeo coming with an article to town meeting. You put an effort in. And it is what makes us a really good place to live. And I think that there are other ways to get more people to volunteer who have maybe small amounts of time that they can contribute, and still make a difference in the community that we all live in and we all care about.
Eric.
So I'm gonna make a comment, and then I'm gonna call the question. I found it interesting what Margaret said, that town meeting is under this, under that, under this, under that. It costs to run for town meeting requires you to get 10 signatures. Doesn't require a committee. In some precincts, you walk in. You don't even have to spend any money. Precinct 1 this year, everyone's walking in. Precinct 7 this year, everyone's walking in. So it doesn't require a whole lot.
I spent $1,200.
Yeah, that's not.
I don't know. I have the receipts.
It's very expensive.
I
not
raised.
for
It doesn't
raised
always,
800.
I've spent money too. And let me finish my comment,
I
please.
apologize.
It doesn't always require a lot, but it's where you have to start. And if people aren't even running, I'm not taking the blame for that, being older, whiter, and a homeowner. I take no blame for the fact that other people don't run for something that's pretty easy to run for. And if you want to be on the select board or on school committee, town meeting is usually the first place you start. You don't go from, I've never been involved in anything in the town of Brookline, I'm running for the select board. That's not how it works, and that's not how it should work. There are plenty of volunteer opportunities in this town that if people who want to get a head start on this, they can go, they can run for a board or commission and try and get appointed. These things maybe meet once a month. They can, even town meeting for those of us who aren't on this committee, they meet twice a year for 3 or 4 nights a week, twice a year. It's no big time commitment, but you got to start somewhere. And I refuse to take the blame for the fact that people who are underrepresented aren't there. That's their issue. And the only nice thing I can say, other than I appreciate Marissa's hard work, is that if I were head of the No campaign this year, I'd vote for this, because this is the biggest piece of red meat that you could take to the voters of Brookline, saying they're making your taxes go up 18–20%. And what's it going for? Stipends. Stipends for people on school committee and more stipends for people on the select board. And if I were in charge of the No committee, that would guarantee that the No win on the override, because nobody's going to vote for that.
I know you think.
I am moving the question.
Well, this is important though.
Everything is important.
Well-
So he announced that he was moving the question, and I am not interested in debating personality.
No, it's not a personality thing.
You have a motion to call a question, correct?
Yes.
We could take a show of hands. We have to take a recorded word.
There's a second.
I was just want to tell him I wasn't blaming him.
Yeah, so was I.
I'm not
Okay.
blaming you for being white, Harry.
I didn't think you were, but the
Just
thing
want to
is,
make sure you didn't feel that way.
you can list everybody.
That was all I wanted to
You
say.
can list everybody. You can, Margaret, you can list everyone who's on.
On a personal level, that's not.
I understand.
I suggest you guys all go
You
out.
can list everyone who's on.
That was all it was.
And
That's
it's-
all I gotta say. I
it's
didn't want
not
to,
the fault
I don't
of
want
the
people on the
who are-
phone to think I'm saying that. That's-
Excuse me, excuse me,
Yes, Donnell?
excuse me. Thank you. I had a 2-finger in the comment. I've been sitting here quietly listening. I'm in one of those moods as well. And this night's not even close to over. When I first started in town meeting, there was 5 of us under 40 years old. 5 of us who are under 40 years old. That's changed. A lot of folks are volunteering now. The select board, so I didn't like the car, Margaret, I'm sorry. I'm gonna say that because things have changed a little bit. It's hard to get volunteers anyways, period. Especially when you have folks coming at you from an administration. So I mean, I also agree with Harry. Want to call the question. All right. Thank you.
I'd say that's a second.
Yeah, well, you're right. Thank you. Well, there's nobody else lined up to speak now. So.
Well,
You got one speaker
actually,
left.
Elise thinks she's lined up to
I'm
speak.
sorry, I just spoke to.
No.
My apologies.
If Elise wishes to speak, I will withdraw my motion.
I just wanted to say that I hope that my comments that I said to the committee didn't make anyone feel like I was trying to pit race against us and economic disparities against anyone else in this room. That wasn't my goal, and I apologize if that's the way it was received. I just meant that there are ways that we can start to think about making more space for different types of people to come in and be partners with on how to run the town. But I wanted to sincerely apologize to say I'm sorry.
No need to apologize.
Cliff is.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but one of the things I just want to say that as it relates to age, okay? There are a lot of people who start volunteering at a relatively young age, and then they keep volunteering and they get into things and they continue on a process. So like, the first thing I did in Brookline was I was on the site committee when my kids were in school. Okay, so that was 25 odd years ago. Carol Levin was on the same site council that I was on. And from there, it went from there to EDAP, to town meeting, to advisory, to all these other committees. So you have a lot of people who sort of like grow old by continuing to give back to the community. And I think it's really important to understand that. And to put the comments in perspective, because I guarantee you, if you like what you're doing in volunteering, you're going to be here for a long time. And someday someone's going to look at you and say, boy, what's that old person doing here? It's because you've been giving back for decades.
Can I make a one sentence? Anthony Bono running for select board is 26.
Yeah.
How old is he? 26.
26.
I was 19 when I got elected.
I mean, I can't wait to look like Harry. I'm gonna be here.
All right. So
Becoming a Reddit.
before we go to motions on this warrant article, there's an opportunity for the petitioner to have what hopefully will be the last word.
To make sure everybody knows that the current stipend amount being proposed is $4,999, not, so I heard several mentions of like $400,000. And so that is not the current amount being proposed, because we want to avoid incurring pension obligations. So that is the current amount being proposed. Just, I know that I sent it very late at night.
So it means specifically what you proposed
This
is $4,999 for each of the members of either the select board or the school committee, but with that town meeting supports increasing that over time to a larger amount. So I think that's partly where they're not talking about a $400,000 necessarily a $400,000 hit to the budget in fiscal year,
But can we get an answer to, I see town council here. Can we get an answer as to what happens if it goes over for $1 under the trigger? And somebody gets compensated for their membership to MMA for an event, or or food or some other thing.
That's reimbursed.
I mean, those are generally not.
Those are not, I reimburse every 2 weeks, that's not.
Would it be considered compensation for, as far as?
You never know with associates, they're taking salary or
Yeah.
not, or a stipend, but not reimbursements, meals, conference reimbursements, nothing.
Okay.
Lincoln, do you have anything to add to that or?
Benefits.
No, those are not pensionable, the items listed there. Thank you.
Good to know. Thank you.
I have a clarification question. Is this a resolution or is it a warrant article? That looked like it was a resolution, but this looks like it's a warrant article.
What she sent out today, which is in our packet.
Everything has always been a
Is a resolution.
So what are we voting?
It's a warrant article.
I mean, it's a warrant article in the
Warrant
form of a
article.
resolution.
Right.
It's voted that the town, you know.
Make a final. Yeah.
We'd be voting on the most recent version that she sent out today.
Yes.
None of us are correct.
And we'd be presumably splitting it.
Yeah, it is.
Right, we would take two votes. It is a resolution that says, in effect, that no later than 2029, the town should provide this, and keeping in mind that you can't, you know.
Find the future.
You can't find the future
I
town
think the word
meeting.
resolution here.
This is a statement of support for increasing those stipends in that particular way. We will. We can take a vote to divide the question, but I'm assuming there's no objection to doing that. I want to take two votes, one on each of these, as I assume that if this comes to town meeting, it will be split. We'll have a recommendation. Yes, Perry?
What about motion to refer to monitors committee?
Pardon? Let me remind you, there is a process. The process is first, we get a motion on the table.
Okay.
Then we take amendments to that motion, which could include referral to a moderators committee, and I'm sorry, I'm in one of those moods too. But I want to get to votes because we have two more things on our agenda
I
tonight.
moved Perry's motion that was not moved before.
Pardon?
I moved his motion to.
To call it.
No,
Which?
I on the select board.
Yeah.
I move the petitioner's resolution
Thank
on
you.
the select board.
Right, so Christine is moving favorable action on the petitioner's resolution solely as it applies to the select board, the first half of her resolution, this would. And so now.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second?
Yes.
Yes. Now, does anybody wish to propose to refer the subject matter of this and or the other?
Yes.
And if that referral motion passes, we will take it on both of them.
Perfect.
So what's your motion?
So my motion would be to refer the subject matter of warrant article 23 to a moderators committee. And report back no later than June 30th, 2027 for implementation. Of any stipends by July 1st, 2029.
Can you drop that in the chat, please?
Oh, or yeah.
You may have to
I
join.
join Zoom. I'm
We have to join
joining
the
Zoom.
Zoom.
and drop it in. That's okay.
All right, so
So is this, so the response back is after town meeting of next year?
ask her, and I didn't.
Oh,
hear
sorry,
today.
and I can change that. The thought was I wanted to keep the implementation date of July 1st, 2029. So I wanted the report to come back for inclusion in the budget cycle, which starts, I guess, fall. Okay, so it's 2028. So they could have longer, but I'd rather they report back sooner so we don't lose track of it.
29, just in time for the next round of overrides.
Although open to suggestions on when a better time to report back would be.
The language of the motion might suggest to the moderator that this committee be charged with a recommendation for stipends.
Right.
Which I don't think is. I think it's narrow. Study the issue.
I thought,
of-
yeah, I thought it
Subject
was
matter.
to study the subject matter.
And
Yeah.
I said for implementation.
You should-
Recommendation for
if you should,
implementation.
I think you should say, if in
If.
the event
Okay.
of
Okay.
recommendation, then there should be,
Okay.
it would be implemented no later than.
Okay, great.
2029.
Well, we would ask town meeting to. implement
Right,
it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
exactly.
You might even want to take out the implementation plan
Yeah.
altogether.
Yeah.
Say the subject matter.
Yes. And let
Part
the
of the
majority
part of the
decide.
explanation for your motion.
My for
Yes, I mean,
great.
don't we want to bring it back to town?
Well, we'll
It's
come
just
back to it,
a-
we'll come
it's-
back to a
it's-
town
yeah,
meeting.
Right,
but
To me, it would be, it makes sense to, so this is the resolution we are, sending it to the committee, and then the committee is going to bring it, back so that town meeting can vote on it.
Well,
Yeah, but it wouldn't have to vote until 2028 town meeting in order to implement it for the year 2029.
But what is it creating another resolution, a warrant article? What is it creating, the committee?
Okay.
Whatever the recommendation is.
Okay, I've been listening in on this meeting.
I feel like I want to leave it open because I do feel like there, from the comments I heard tonight, there's a lot of different ways. There are a lot of different forms this could take, a lot of different recommendations. It could come back with it. We could be a city by now.
Yeah, so to Neil's point, I wouldn't narrow it to stipends, like.
Subject matter. Subject matter is what is that?
Compensation.
No, just subject matter.
Yeah.
Right. I just let you into the
Thank you.
meeting. so
I
you
will.
Moderator.
Sure.
For any other comments on the, assuming that the language will be tweaked before we vote on it, any other comments on Kelly's referral motion?
I have.
Go ahead.
I think the resolution as it is ready for an up or down vote. And I don't think that it needs a study committee or anything else. I think I don't agree with it, but I think it's ready to be voted up or down.
Yeah. So this is the third time in my memory that this has come.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And every time it comes, what we get is, this is what comparable so-called cities and towns do. They pay their city councilors, they pay. I'd rather see and let the moderator charge, right? The notion of demographics, the notion of who might be attracted, that's not been studied. Because it will either confirm that it's a good idea, or it will confirm that maybe the consequences will be unintended. That's not been studied, and I think that's worth it.
Right, that'd be part of the actual referral charter, right, with the moderator.
Charged by the moderator.
Right.
Somewhere in Kelly's motion should be the words advisory committee stipends.
You'd have to abstain though.
Yeah.
Well, they're still.
What Kelly has proposed is the very simple, refer the subject matter of warrant article 23 to a moderator's committee who will report back with his findings and recommendations no later than June 30th, 2027. It doesn't say what that charge should be. It doesn't say whether it's pro or anti stipends. It doesn't say anything about demographics. It just says, we think this is not ready for prime time, but we don't want to vote it down. That's what she's proposing. She wants it to be considered.
Studying.
I don't mean to in any way, shape, or form, trivialize what you're recommending. So
Dennis, I'm sorry, but to your point, the explanation, right, really can influence the charge.
Sure.
Make it easy on the moderator.
Yes.
right. The well, I suggest that we vote on.
Put it up.
Yeah, on this. I'm just copying it into my referral motion.
We'll be voting on the combined.
Yeah, this would be.
We don't have to do it till like 25 minutes on the school committee.
Yeah, if this motion passes, we're not going to take a second vote on also referring the subject matter of warrant article 23. If this fails, we will be back to the two votes on the individuals. So if you're in favor of referral, you're going to vote yes. If you're against referral, whether you plan to vote up or down on the main motion, you're going to vote no. Michael?
No.
Cliff?
No.
Elise?
Yes.
John?
No.
Harry?
No.
David Martin?
Out of respect for Marissa, yes.
Neil?
Yes.
Sue, Perry?
Yes.
Kelly?
Yes.
Elisa?
Harry Friedman, I'm abstaining, but that's because I arrived very late.
Janice?
Go back to me.
Brian?
Yes.
Alec?
Yes.
Carol?
No.
Liz,
Yes.
Jocelyn,
No.
Donnell,
Yes.
Linda,
No.
Fran,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
Margaret,
Yes.
Lee,
No.
Christine,
Yes.
and we skipped.
Sam?
Pardon?
I came in late, but
Oh, we skipped Pam, sorry.
no,
I-
not to worry.
And you're
I'm gonna vote no.
gonna vote no. And did I skip anybody else?
Nay.
Janice, you explicitly wanted to be.
Yes, to come back to me. So I'm gonna vote yes.
Yes, okay, so 15 to 9 to 1. Our recommendation is for referral to a moderators committee.
But that doesn't deny Marissa the right to.
Oh, right, that's our recommendation. She
can do whatever
she'll be making a main motion and there'll be a referral motion.
Motion.
The
moderator.
All right, so now we want to move on to a report from subcommittee on the finance department operating budget for fiscal year 27.
I'll do it.
Neil.
Yeah, so first of all, let me thank Karen Bors who did the write-up and couldn't make the meeting. And so from his report, we had a great meeting with Lincoln Heineman and staff. Finance department has 5 divisions: treasury, controller, assessing, purchasing, and payroll, the new payroll department. The FY 27 budget, 3.6 million, is a modest decrease from FY 26, a decrease of 1%. And so it's pretty flat to down. As we always do at administration and finance, we spent some time with the finance director talking about the town's AAA bond rating, which the administration and finance committee is happy to take sole credit for maintaining the AAA bond rating. Yeah, so we again received a AAA bond rating from Moody's. It's noted that we have a high debt load. We also have very significant value of property, the tax base, and a thus far willingness of the community to approve tax increases. We'll see how that goes in several weeks. We talk about always collection rate. 99% of tax assessments in Brookline are collected. That's a very good thing. Also, purchasing has recently closed contracts for energy in the year at what now are more favorable prices than they were when we met. Let's see where it goes, but I'll leave open the question, Lincoln, where might we be now versus market on those contracts? To get back to you in a sec. So we talked about pilots. The department's working hard. We have one private school having dropped out, working on developing new pilots. Long-term new agreement with Boston University, an original partner, views half of the pilot income for the town. Payroll division is important. They process payroll for both sides, town and school. And I think importantly, the report notes a reconciliation between school and the school payroll and the payroll that's actually paid in the town. We're happy to actually pay our employees on time. Lastly, the question of paper checks, direct deposit, and the streamlining of W-2 disbursements, and the discussion about having an employee portal that'll allow employees to print their own documents as needed. And that functionality would require an additional software module, Munis, and for employees to be issued Brookline email accounts. We've talked about that before. And that just was problematic. The recommendation of the A&F subcommittee, unanimous, is approval of the FY 27 budget in the amount of $3,642,870.
Lincoln, would you like to add anything to the subcommittee report?
No, I don't think so. Thank you, Neil. I think that was quite comprehensive. I would actually like to turn it over to Rick Seville, who is here. He's meeting with you folks for the first time in his role as the Chief Procurement Officer on a permanent basis, and we're very happy about that. It's good news about where the heating bids are and where those contracts were awarded as compared with certainly where it is now. But I'll let Rick please give a little more color on that if you would.
Yeah, go ahead, Rick.
Hey, how you doing? Good evening. Yeah, thankfully the bids opened just in time for favorable pricing. I think it was about 12 hours later when things got really interesting, but I heard back from all the companies that we awarded, and so we're all set. We're moving forward. Excuse me. You know, we were well below the spot price to begin with, and then obviously now, I mean, day to day, I'm not even sure what the prices are at this point. Any questions?
I mean, and as a point of comparison, you know, most at 87 octane, we have it priced in for a year at $2.60 a gallon, which we should be very pleased with. And I'll say Rick knew the war was coming, but obviously.
Yeah, I did.
Forget the stipends. Let's just fill up our tank.
All right. Questions and comments. We'll start with Michael.
Yes, thank you, thank you. I'm always struck when I look at the tax rate. I just did a calculation of my tax rate over the last 10 years, and it's compounded 8%. So it's doubling maybe in 10, 11 years. I then look at the pilot contributions, it's flat for that same period, flat, maybe 1% increase. And I understand from the report that we had one private school top out last year. We have a lot of nonprofit organizations in Brookline, and we have now at Pine Manor, we have Boston College. And I'm just wondering what we can do to increase their contribution to keeping the town up in the services. Boston had a few years ago did a major revamp of their pilots and increased the amount of income substantially. I'm just wondering, I think it's something we have to really get at, but I find it very difficult to get any traction.
Yeah, I mean, a couple things I'd say. So one thing, Boston has not significantly increased the amount of funds that it's been receiving. It changed how it was assessing community benefits and counting those quote unquote community benefits that, you know, those are things provided to the municipality or to the community that are not cash. So, you know, they decided to count it in a different way. I would say to your point, it is really difficult to get new participants in pilot. We have been communicating a lot more frequently, at least annually, and more frequently than that in many cases with the non-participants in the program to seek their participation. It's the main challenge is, frankly, you know, the town really doesn't have a lot of leverage in this. The leverage that we have is offering, you know, the carrot as opposed to the stick, is offering participation, offering nonprofit entities, if they participate in, for example, the fuel bids, which is a little more attractive now, right, than it was a year ago. But participation in that and other joint purchasing for office supplies, office furniture, that kind of thing. that's really the extent of the leverage, right? Because the law does not require them to participate, and they know that, right? One thing, but we have that in no way has diminished how much we've been trying to reach out. We actually been reaching out quite a lot more over the last year and a half. The one thing, Boston University is really significant, though, for another respect. One, we have a new 5-year agreement in place, but secondly, as part of that agreement, a significant portion of it previously in the old agreement from fiscal year 25 and before, and in previous agreements to that, allowed for a significant amount of community benefit to be counted. Boston University hadn't in the past taken advantage of that. They were paying the full cash amount that was envisioned by the agreement, but the new agreement, after in negotiating that, the chief assessor and I significantly brought down the amount that could be counted towards community benefit, which means that we know for at least 5 fiscal years, now 4 fiscal years, that we can count on that cash in a way that we couldn't before. So, that's the kind of thing we've been trying to shore up. Certainly that was very significant for Boston University. But we definitely seek new agreements, but it is, it's a high road to climb.
So we have a new open space plan that has just been approved, and I served on that committee. And one of the things that we talked about was community benefits. Getting, for example, new land for the town to purchase is just about impossible. But really what we're asking for is access to land. We don't want to own it necessarily, but it'd be great if we could have access to some ball fields rather than having to buy some land and put a park in. Boston College at Pine Manor, there are empty fields right now. And this is something community benefits was recognized in the open space plan as a way to help the town get access to open space assets. So I think that's something that we should, in fact, step up, because we don't have the money to buy the land for fields, but we certainly would like to use some.
Carlos.
Lincoln, thank you for your service and for your department's hard work. I had a question about assessments, which has come up, but I've never gotten the answer from someone who does the assessments. So that's why I'm taking this opportunity now. When a piece of land is upzoned, does the value of that piece of land go up during the upzoning, or does it go up when something is built on it?
So generally speaking, the latter. And I shouldn't even say generally speaking, always speaking. So the assessments are based on what is there, not what could be there. But I'm not an assessing expert. Alex Boyarin is our assistant chief assessor. And if he has anything to add to that, I'd certainly welcome it. He's online. Our chief assessor is on family leave at the moment. But Alex, if you have anything to add to that, please do. And perhaps I know he's here, but maybe he didn't hear that. So, but at any rate, the answer is it's assessments are on what is there, not what could be there.
Okay, so that clarifies some discussions, because with the Chestnut Hill West presentations, there has been at one point a discussion saying that the moment town meeting passes the upzoning, that land will be bringing in more tax revenue. And my understanding is it's not going to bring in more tax revenue until something gets built that is different from what's there, and it's reassessed to that new value.
Right. Either something is built or it's sold. Right. Yes.
Right.
So to follow up on Carlos's question, if they raise the buildings that are there now are actually contributing to our tax base. So if the land is raised, if all those buildings are raised, does the town pull that assessment down until there's something new there?
Depends on where construction is as of January 1st of each year. So the assessment date, so for example, we're in fiscal year 2026 right now. The value date for all parcels in town was January 1st of 2025 for the fiscal year 2026, according to the state law. And so the determination is how far along is a project and how far along is construction complete as of that January 1st date, preceding whatever fiscal year is in question.
Okay, so sorry, following up on that. So if this is a multi-phase project, the first phase, the whole lot is demolished of whatever's existing, and they're building something that will take 2 or 3 years or 2 years to build, and it's the commercial development. The value, the tax value of that commercial development won't kick in until the occupancy permit is issued.
So the tax value is based on like the percent, not necessarily the occupancy, but what percentage of the planned, building permit is complete as of the January 1st date.
That's even for commercial?
That's for any kind of property.
Okay, because I thought for commercial, it was also the value of whatever's happening in there. So
well, yeah. I mean, so that's assuming it's empty, right? Because and I actually would want to get a little bit more detailed and get back to you a little bit more detailed answer about capitalization rates and rents. That's not my area of expertise. But generally speaking, when you're looking at, before there are rents collected on a newly built property, and that project is not fully 100% completed as of the January 1st date preceding the fiscal year in question, that you're just looking at, you're just looking at the percentage that's complete, as compared with what the building permit says is going to be there, right?
Okay.
And then only later on are rents, once rents are received, and in the calendar year before the next January 1st, when rents are received, that's when those rents for a rental apartment building or a commercial property, that's when those rents are factored into the value for the ensuing January 1st. Right.
Okay, so and most probably, so a developer, if they demolish whatever's there, would most probably ask for a abatement of what used to be there, because the building is no longer there, right?
Yeah, I mean, if again, I'm not an assessor. I don't, I'm talking at a high level, right? But if for example it's just raw land on January 1st, then it's just going to be assessed on that value, right? If alternatively there's still a building there or part of a building, say on January 1st, then that will go into the value, right?
Okay, thank you.
Cool.
Sorry.
Yeah, it never came to me.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was asking if you needed to speak. I thought you said Harry.
Lincoln, there was an article in the local press, I don't know, 6 months ago about some poor schmo who had sold his house and his bank had continued to pay the taxes, and the taxes got paid on his behalf for the new owner, and there didn't seem to be an easy way to resolve this. Has it been resolved?
It has been resolved insofar as the law allows us to resolve it. So, and I'm actually glad you asked that question, because we had not precisely, but a similar situation where a taxpayer paid for several years on the taxes on a property that they did not own. They mistakenly did that. The law, if we're still in the same fiscal year, we can create we can create a refund to be issued to that person who's overpaid. But if we're in ensuing fiscal years, there's literally no legal way, and we've confirmed this with town council, for us to go back and create a credit and create a refund where there is no credit. So that situation was where that previous owner was continuing to pay. It was actually not his bank. He was continuing to pay on this property. If he had brought that up to us near the time that it had occurred, we could have created a credit and refunded that. But the new owner did not pay. There was therefore no credit, and we can't refund funds when there's no credit on the account. So as much as I wish that wasn't the case, and believe me, no one more than me wanted to resolve that in his favor, but there was no legal way for us to do that.
So my gut is that that's an inadequate answer. That's a shameful position for the town to take. There has to be a way, I have to believe there has to be a way to refund the money to the prior owner and go to the new owner and say, you own the property, you are liable for the tax bill. And I suggest that you might wish to, if you haven't already, speak to other cities and towns where I'm sure this has happened to someone. And if not, perhaps speak to our state representatives and state senator to see if there can be a change in the law, because this is shameful, and it's not how the town is supposed to conduct its business.
Again, I didn't want to do that. I don't want to do that. We did. No one wants to not do that more than me. I did go out on our groups, our treasurer collector group. We have a professional association, and got the answer back. Most answers are, I've never had that happen. And the few answers I had back that, it has happened, agreed with the legal analysis that have been provided by town council's office, that there is no legal way to do this. That this is also the answer from checking in with the Division of Local Services at the state. So I have to follow what town council says is legal, as much as I may not want to. Again, if this was brought to our attention anywhere near when this occurred and not 7 months later, we could have done something. But the legal avenue, the legal advice we've received is that his legal avenue, he has a legal avenue, which is to seek these funds from who should have paid it, the new owner.
So that was actually my next question. Do you know if he has done that?
I don't. We recommended that he do that several times. I do not know if he has.
Thank you.
If he sought that legal outcome.
Alec and then Perry.
Thanks, Dennis. I just wanted to briefly comment on pilots because they were raised by Michael Berger, and my appreciation for that. I do share some of his frustrations around pilots, just generally. It's a perennial issue, but I did just want to say that Lincoln, in his 4 years here, has done tremendous work on this. In addition to volunteering his time for the Moderators Committee, the things he's mentioned tonight, proactively reaching out every year, offering access to the purchasing collaborative, the more proactive approach to renegotiating the BU agreement. All of these were recommendations of the Moderators Committee that I'll note have not been incorporated into the pilot policy by the select board, but Lincoln has implemented them nonetheless. And I think that's because he does want to make this policy work as best it can. I do want to highlight that the BU agreement right now is 63% of our pilot revenue, or it was in FY25. Without that increase, and it increased in terms of its percentage of total pilot revenue from 43% in FY23 to 63% in FY25, without the increase that Lincoln and his team was instrumental in renegotiating, pilot revenue would actually be down in FY25 relative to FY23 by 140,000. So it's largely thanks to the hard work of the finance department that pilots are still increasing as a revenue source rather than decreasing. I think if you want to be frustrated with anyone around pilots, and just note, if every eligible entity contributed to Brookline at the policy level we request, we'd be talking about total revenue of 5.9 million instead of just under 2. If you really want to vent frustration on this, I think there's two parties that can reasonably have that directed at them. One is the state. There has been pending state legislation for at least 4 sessions now that would require large pilot eligible entities to make some contribution to the towns they're stationed in. This is similar to how the state conducts pilot policy for state-owned land. I think in a greater Boston region where large nonprofit med and ed facilities are such integral economic drivers, this is just something we need to have to make sure that communities remain financially stable over a long time. And I'd also note that, as it was mentioned, there's a number of entities that previously contributed pilots to Brookline and no longer do so. And from FY23 to FY25, I'll just highlight a few. Beaver Country Day School, the Music School, the Brookline Arts Center, the Coolidge Corner Theater, the International Society for Infectious Disease, the Lars Anderson Auto Museum, and United Parish all paid the town some pilot in FY23 and nothing in FY25. We've heard tonight that we've not negotiated any new agreements, so I presume that remains the case in FY26, but we've not seen that data yet. But I would just say, while the town is limited in what we can do, us as individual residents, citizens, taxpayers, customers can demand better from these institutions. And frankly, we all have a shared stake in municipal governance in Brookline, and I would like to see better from the eligible entities in our town that can make that contribution. I think it's part of their civic responsibility, and I do want to see that improve. And I just want to thank Lincoln again for all his hard work on this. It does not go unappreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Al.
Yeah, I just wanted clarity on the report. Perhaps this is for Neil about the W-2 form disbursements in the employee portal. I don't understand this about what the challenge is there and why employees would not have Brookline email accounts. Okay, employees have them. Employees go.
If you're not drop an email, they don't.
Really?
There's definitely a cost associated with it.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm sorry, I couldn't completely hear that.
Email question.
Yeah, but in terms of, so we do have everyone's all employees who are receiving pay from the town. We do have an email affiliated with them. Was that the question? We do.
Yeah, okay, but they don't get a Brookline email address, the employees?
No, everyone does I believe, Fung could answer this with absolute certainty, but I believe everyone does except poll workers. But everyone else, I believe, who has who is receiving pay from the town of Brookline has an official email address.
Okay, so then shouldn't they be able to use this portal?
So the portal itself would be an additional cost, and it is something we definitely, in terms of having access electronically to W-2s, and it is something, and Form HCs too for healthcare. It is something that we want to pursue, but we felt like this was not the year for that with the financial situation that we're in. But it is something that we want to do.
Okay,
but the portal itself is not directly affiliated with the email address. The portal is hosted by Munis, our enterprise system.
Okay.
I think I have seen any other hands.
Carol had,
Yeah, but she withdrew. Okay. So I think we're ready for a motion from the subcommittee.
Yeah, so the subcommittee, let me just get the number back in front of me.
$3,642,870.
The subcommittee recommends a favorable act.
All right, so we're taking a vote on recommendation of favorable action for the fiscal year 27 operating budget for the finance department of $3,642,870. Michael.
Yes.
Cliff said he left. Elise,
Yes.
John. Harry,
yes.
David,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Elisa,
Yes.
Janice,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Alec,
Yes.
Carol,
Yes.
Liz,
Yes.
Pam,
Yes.
Jocelyn,
Yes.
Donnell,
Yes.
Linda. Fran,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Carlos,
Yes.
Margaret,
Yes.
Lee,
Yes.
Christine,
Yes.
and Linda. John? Flip, okay. 22-0, favorable action, operating budget for the finance department. Thank you to the subcommittee. Thank you. Lincoln.
Thank you, folks. Have a nice evening.
Thanks. And we have one item remaining, which is the reconsideration or untabling, continuing the conversation about the legal department's budget. As you may recall, the last time we met, the budget was tabled in part because we were waiting for the results of a vote that the select board were going to take regarding a matter that was of interest to several town meeting members, including members of this current and former members of this committee. The select board voted not to recommend covering legal fees for an investigation that we debated last time. So I think we can pick up our conversation at that point. I think you had the floor, Harry. When we were because I think it was your motion table.
I believe it was my motion to table.
Oh, yes.
Can you tell us why they voted no? I mean, if you said the select board, did they give a reason or just? I mean, I think that would help our conversation.
Well, we have the town council here.
Okay.
You might want to come pull a chair up. So you don't have to
You want me
yell
to take
from the corner.
Marissa's seat?
Yeah.
The hot seat, yes.
So Joe Callahan, Town Council, this was put before the Select Board Tuesday, their last meeting, and they voted not to deny the claim.
To what?
To
But he
deny
was
the
asking
claim.
if there's any comment on the rationale behind that. Was any?
There was a communication to the claimants. I don't remember exactly what it said, but there was that decision of the Select Board was communicated to the claimants.
So they let them know. And what was the vote 5-0? Do you know?
That was an executive session, so.
Okay.
Right, so they denied the claim.
And how much was the thing?
$21,000.
So
24.
24.
Okay.
24,000. So does that mean, sorry, I'm really bad with this stuff. Does that mean that the claimants will have to not get, well, they will not get,
Cover their.
they'll
own
end up
fee.
having paid $24,000 out of their pocket to defend themselves?
You'd have to ask the claimants. Their claim is for that, so I don't know if they paid that. That's a outstanding bill, but that's their claim to be reimbursed.
Is this something that the advisory committee could appropriate ourselves and put in the budget, or does it require select board approval first?
Requires select board approval because it's a claim. The select board settles claims.
Right, the advisory committee's options, presumably, if you're going to pursue that sort of thing. Would, I mean, if you think back to, Stanley Spiegel several years ago.
Yeah.
The way that it eventually was resolved, if I remember correctly, was that there was a budget amendment at town meeting, which reduced the reserve fund appropriation for that fiscal year by the amount of that reimbursement and increased the settlements fund by a corresponding amount. There may have been a separate vote that instructed the town to make that payment. The advisory committee certainly can't direct funds. It could only, as part of preparing the budget for fiscal year 27, could it make an adjustment to
Well, that's
the
what I'm
budget for
talking
the
about.
future? Or
Yeah.
it could make a similar recommendation as just 3 hours ago, we voted budget amendments for fiscal year 26. A similar thing could correspondingly potentially be done with notice, yes.
But who brought forth the request to town meeting? Was it the selectmen or the advisory committee or?
Well, in that case, it was a recommendation from, it was a petitioner, it wasn't. us. But we prepare a budget, and so it would clearly be possible to prepare a budget with different numbers in it if we so chose. I'm not recommending anything, I'm just saying those are the outcomes that happen in response to this question.
So, earlier today, we were talking about equity and, the cost of town meeting, running for town meeting and all these different things and sort of liability costs, whatever it is. And it turns out that for these 4 or 5, how many members?
It's 5.
So for these 5 town meeting members, some of them who are 20 something years old and some of them who are older, it's cost them, $4,000 to $5,000 to be in town meeting. So just talking,
Also a very traumatic experience for them.
well, not only that, but if we were talking before about, what it costs and how fair it is and all this. And so I'm just throwing that out there because the fact that the select board said no to reimbursing these town meeting members, I think is way off course.
Lee?
No, I echo what Carlos just said. Here we were a few minutes ago discussing how to encourage the idea of providing stipends to encourage people to participate in town government. And here we have people who don't get any stipend, many of whom have been participating in town government for many, many years. And they just get, quite frankly, screwed over by the select board. And I think it's quite objectionable. And I just can't fathom the reasoning and the reason, one of the reasons I voted against referral on the stipend issue is simply because of this. How can we be talking about giving stipends to people who created an horrific situation for some very dedicated town meeting members who, through no fault of their own, or found themselves on the receiving end of something that the town initiated. It should never have been initiated in the first place, and they certainly should be made whole for their out-of-pocket costs. If you recall, we had the similar situation with Stanley Spiegel. Eventually, he was made whole, but quite frankly, it took a lot out of him personally. And for someone like Stanley, who had been active in town government for certainly far longer than I knew him, maybe 30, 40 years or more, to be treated that way was disgusting. And I think this is right up there with that same situation. I resent it.
Yeah.
I was going to mention Stanley as well. I think I'd really like to know what the procedure was, to complete an accurate procedure and the reasoning why, how it got approved. He was really pummeled for quite a long time, and he was really badly treated at the time. I would really like to know what we can do that would be in this. If we could do it for Stanley, why can't we do it for this?
In Stanley's case, didn't his lawyer put a
Yes.
warrant article before town meeting?
Yes.
Well, that was it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
as it stands right now, if you were trying to do something financially, it would have to be it would have to be either and it would only be half of the, we can't, this body cannot direct payments to individuals.
No, but we can
No.
suggest it in
This-
the same format. I
Right.
don't,
This body can propose budgets which involve, fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27. Which we have not done yet. We are creating a budget which includes, modifications to the budget that was presented to us by the sixth floor. And so we and then or anyone, including the advisory committee, could propose an amendment to the fiscal year 26 budget if we so chose. That's a similar sort of thing. Just we just voted an amendment to the 26 budget, 2 hours 2 hours ago. No matter what, it would be something that town meeting would eventually decide when we're not.
Of course.
And I'm sorry, I think Harry was next.
We sort of discussed this last time, but in a rather cryptic manner. And so I'm happy if people are interested to go through a sort of history of what happened. I will point out that there are 3 members here who are directly affected. They have been allowed by the moderator to answer factual questions. They're not allowed to participate in opining or obviously voting, but they can be asked for the moderator factual questions. This started when members of the advisory committee plus one other town meeting member were opposing the privatization of the sanitation services. And in their they lost at the advisory committee. We voted to privatize. And they chose to take this to town meeting as a budget amendment. And in doing their research for this budget amendment, they happened to take a photograph of town workers beside a town sanitation truck. And if you remember, when Anthony Buono gave his speech at town meeting, he had a picture behind him of this truck and the town workers. A complaint was filed with the town administrator regarding this. Unclear if it was considered to be an ethics complaint or a campaign violation, campaign finance violation. Although there was no campaign at the time, but it's been what we'll call the 5 town meeting members were told at various points in time that it was one or the other or both. And they were the complaint was apparently oral. It's not clear who made the complaint regarding this picture. Requests by the 5 town meeting members and their attorney for town documents on this have been not resulted in any documents appearing. And they were charged that they were going to be investigated for a variety of things. Several statutes were cited regarding ethics, regarding campaign finance. One statute that was cited had a finding been found against them on that statute, a local prosecutor could have charged them with felony, which would have been potentially involved a fine and or jail time. So they took this rather seriously and they hired a lawyer. And the town hired an investigator, an attorney to look into this. The town administrator was advised by the chairman of this committee and the vice chairman of this committee that this was making a mountain out of a molehill, that there was no need to do an investigation, and that if an investigation was absolutely needed, the complainant could have sent a complaint to the ethics committee of the state, and the state on its own dime would have conducted an investigation. The response of the town administrator was that no, the town had investigated others in the past, and it would be bias if he didn't order an investigation of this. He did not recognize that, of course, other investigations in the past were not of town meeting members fulfilling their legislative duties. They were of people who were charged with crimes, or presumably people who had actually appropriated town property, embezzled or something. So anyways, the investigation went on. The 5 town meeting members hired counsel. They spent approximately $24,000 out of their own pockets on this. And they were, for the most part, exonerated by the town initiated investigation. They, as you are now aware, they went to the select board and asked for reimbursement. And again, this meeting was an executive session. We don't know what happened, what was said, or anything else. Just that the select board rejected the claim. I have seen the letter from town council informing the 5 of the rejection. Town council, if I remember correctly, claimed that, well, they hired attorneys on their own. They didn't have to do this. They incurred the money on their own. I would posit that if town council's spouse worked for the city of Boston and were being investigated, and she came to him and said, should I hire an attorney? That he would not say, oh, no, you don't need to do that. Why pay for a lawyer? No lawyer worth his salt would tell people in that position not to hire legal counsel. So the fact that they hired legal counsel and spent the money, I think, is no black mark on them. It's what they were basically required to do. So we have a number of options, not each of which is exclusive to the other. As Dennis said, we could have, or we could still, segregate money from the reserve fund for FY26 from the reserve fund to a claims fund. That would probably expire at the end of FY26, and it wouldn't force the select board to actually settle the case. We'd just segregate the money. I think what we're going to see is the FY26 reserve fund doesn't really have much in it left after the snow and the fire. And so that probably would not be the most, the best route to take. We could, when we discuss our budget for 27 in the roundup, we could suggest that money leave the reserve fund and go into a claims fund solely to be used for settling this claim for FY27. Again, that wouldn't force the select board. We could file a warrant article for November, for somebody could, ordering the select board to pay, as was done with Gerald Alston. We could pass a resolution from the advisory committee that basically says this was mishandled, this was wrong. This was all the comments that people said earlier tonight before I started speaking. And we urge you, the select board, to settle this. And I would point out that before I get to the final thing, we're talking $24,000. The 5 town meeting members have a potential civil rights action that they could bring against the town for unlimited amounts of money. That even if it were eventually settled, I can guarantee you would cost the town more than $24,000. And we have often heard in this room from town council that the town has a policy of taking these things where it looks like the damages are going to be huge and the chances of winning aren't sure, and the town has a policy of settling. I mean, there is that precedent. And finally, we could ding the legal budget tonight. So I'm proposing 2 things. One, I have written a resolution in the form of a resolution to the select board to ask them from the advisory committee to settle this, take care of it. And Dennis, I believe you have a copy of this that you can show.
Or Lisa does if I don't.
I believe Lisa was unable to.
I did, couldn't print it out. I can email it.
Okay, and I can bring it up on the screen.
Yeah.
When the time
But
comes.
I will also, not tonight, but tonight I will personally be recommending that we pass the legal budget. But when we come back at the end of April to do our adjustments, my theory is basically if the legal department had $31,000 in their budget to waste on investigation that they could have had the Commonwealth of Massachusetts do for free, then they have more money than they need. And we can ding their budget. I'd really rather see that 31,000 go to Bountiful Brookline or to the senior center or to a variety of other things. So those are the 2 options I will be offering tonight. One is the resolution, and then one is the suggestion that when we come back to do the legal budget, we look at taking money away from them.
Thank you. But yeah, ordinarily we would make the department head sit quietly while we talk for the entire, but I think there's enough pending that I would like to give you an opportunity to respond before we go on to other questions and comments.
So there's a lot there that I'd want to disagree with factually, but I won't. But if anyone is interested in hearing the other side of the story, as Paul Allen used to say, the report is public record. Send me an email. I'll send you a copy of the report. It's 19 pages. There's 35 exhibits. There's hundreds of pages of exhibits attached to it. So this idea that we did not produce documents, all the claimants got that document in November. I have not heard since then a single document that they're looking for other than a 19-page report with hundreds of pages of attachment. I just want to make sure you're aware of one argument, and that is if you pay for this investigation, you're subjecting the town not to $21,000 of liability, but probably 6 figures of liability. You are familiar with one investigation. We've done about 50 of them in the past 3 years. Some of those subjects of the investigation, which are mainly employees, because you're right, this is one of the few that has dealt with county members. There's been other appointees and elected officials. Those employees have hired attorneys. So for example, you're familiar with the Amy Hall litigation that we settled. She filed dozens of complaints. Probably more than 20 officers were subject to those complaints. Those officers typically had attorneys provided by the union. Some had a union attorney and a personal attorney. So I do want you to understand that if you are going to make a policy of reimbursing somebody for investigations, it is not $21,000. It is more likely more than $100,000. In this investigation, there was a finding of a violation of ethics. In almost all of Amy Hall's complaints, there was no finding. So if you think that town meeting members are worthy of their reimbursement, you are going to have dozens of police officers coming and seeking that same reimbursement. So I want you to understand that if you want to go down this line, It is not a small number. One last point. You say I have a policy of settling cases. I want you to understand what that policy is. When liability is clear and damages have been reduced as best we can, there is very, very, very little chance this claim, civil rights, would be successful. One, there's absolutely no case law on it, okay? The cases cited by the claimants deal with employees and employer relationships. This is a legislator's claim of retaliation, okay? And the claim is by an executive for the legislator. Most of those cases where legislators have been alleging retaliation is by legislative leadership. And in those cases, there's a higher expectation of an adverse action. So the case in the Ninth Circuit, where legislative leadership said to a member of the state house, you cannot come to your office unless you give us 12 hours notice. In that case, that was not a material enough adverse action to impose liability on that state. So here, there was no adverse action other than an investigation, which the cases cited by the claimants doesn't even stand for what happened in an employer-employee relationship. So the fact that we would settle this case is not on the table because there's little to no chance of success. Never mind that, in that circumstance, even if we were, despite no case law, for that, there would be qualified immunity because the law is not clearly established here. So the chance of this claim coming forward and being successful is remote. So there's absolutely no way I would recommend settling it. I brought to you 2 cases in the last 2 years to settle because liability was reasonably clear. In the case of the teacher misconduct, we were prosecuting the offender. There was no way we could deny that. If I stood up in court and say that didn't happen, I would have 4 Brookline police officers contradicting me because they've been investigating it for 4 years. Liability was reasonably clear in that teacher-educator misconduct case. In Amy Hall, in 2019, civil service and an outside investigator found we had retaliated against her. So it was very unlikely we could go to a jury and say, don't believe the Civil Service Commission, don't believe that independent investigator, we didn't retaliate against her. In both those cases, we were going to be found liable. In this case, there's little chance that we're ever going to be found liable.
Here's a 2-finger from Carlos and then Harry.
Well, Carlos, do you mind?
Yeah, go.
So you say there are no damages. The damages to our system of government, the damages to every person on this committee who has ever asked information about budget issues, the damages to every member of town meeting who's now going to be chilled in their reaction to questioning things, to investigating things, which is their right as legislators. That's where the damage is. This thing could be settled today. I think, Joe, you're conflating the claim for the reimbursement with the potential civil rights complaint. Potential civil rights complaint is not going to happen if you basically pay these people $21,000 to cover their out-of-pocket costs of lawyers. And these other cases that you cite, again, were not legislators. They were employees of the town. It's a completely different situation. And, you can talk all you want about Amy Hall. Amy Hall got millions. We settled that case for in excess of $1 million. So, she could pay her own attorney's fees for that. Carlos, sorry.
So my question is really, so if you go back to the beginning of this issue, which you said it was a photograph.
I didn't say that.
Well,
I said that.
Harry said it was a photograph in front of a garbage truck. Is that correct?
That was one of the allegations.
Okay. So does that mean that everybody because this is what I'm getting worried about. It's like, it means that, like, for example, if you're going to say, we need to rebuild piers because it's in terrible condition, and you show on town meeting a picture of piers with teachers and students How is that different?
So if you remember during Pierce, the superintendent was found to have violated campaign.
No, but I'm not talking about an employee taking that picture. I'm talking about a town meeting member, anyone on the Pierce, what was his name?
Override study.
No, the chair of the Pierce committee, who was a town meeting member, putting a picture on the screen at town meeting of Pierce with employees and students, whatever you wanted, whatever qualifies as the infringement on the screen. How is that different from town property and town employees to make a point with the garbage amendment? How is that different? That's the part I don't understand. And that's where, as a town meeting member, I fear what Harry is saying is like, so now if I don't want the MBTA to cut down the trees and I put a picture of the tree in there, is someone going to retaliate because I'm using my power as town meeting member to show that there's something going to happen? It makes the job of a legislator impossible to know when you are committing whatever their claim that they were committing, because that picture is no different unless you can explain it. It's no different in one case than another case.
So I was trying to explain it.
Okay.
So if you remember in Pierce, the superintendent was found to have violated campaign finance laws for using public resources for the benefit of a ballot question. Okay, so
Again, I'm not talking about what the superintendent did. I'm talking about what town meeting members.
Carlos, I'll get back to you with an answer first.
No, but I'm talking
Because if
about.
you're not going to allow me to answer, then I
Because
don't
you're
know why
not-
I'm here.
You're not
I've
listening
been,
to what
I've
I'm
been here for.
Carlos, let him
But he's not
talk.
listening.
Let him talk for a
Okay.
minute, please.
Okay. If you ask me a question, I'll answer it. If you think my answer doesn't answer your question, then you can ask a follow-up. But I think it's incredibly rude to interrupt me when I'm trying to answer your question. Okay, so I've just asked for a modicum of civil behavior. If you're going to ask me a question, you
Joe,
provide me the opportunity to answer it.
Yeah, Joe, go ahead.
Okay. But this is the second time, just on this issue, that frequent behavior of this committee to me. So I'm trying to answer your question. How about I answer your other question first? It's not impossible. If you have a question, call town council. Okay. The problem here was there was questions of ethics, campaign finance law, and violations of town policy. Okay. So if you have a question that you're getting near the line on that, call us. We take your questions. I answered one yesterday and another the day before. We are available to answer questions. But if your behavior crosses the line, and in this case, there was credible evidence, there was a violation of ethics violations, town policy, and campaign finance law. And at the end of the investigation, one of those cases was true. One of the town meeting members was found to have violated ethics laws. So that's the difference.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again.
Okay.
The presentation that was done by Pierce, for example, and I'm just using Pierce because it was the last one we did, was not done by a town employee. It was done by several town meeting members who were in favor of Pierce. They showed pictures of Pierce. How is that different than showing pictures of a garbage truck to make a point?
So if you're talking about just like Pierce in the background, is that what you're referring to?
It's the same. So they showed this picture of the garbage truck on the slide.
Right.
At town meeting.
Town resources, right?
Sorry?
That's town resources. The town truck, the town uniforms, those are town resources.
Yes. When you show a picture, is the Pierce not a town resource?
Well, I'm not familiar with the photo that you're referring to, but are you referring to like the outside of Pierce?
They showed how classrooms were too small, how classrooms were crowded. They showed all these things.
Right.
That's not a town resource.
I'll have to get back to you. I'm not familiar with the example you're using. So let me try to answer it in a different way, because I'm not familiar with your example. There is a candidate that is using videos from Big as part of his video.
What?
Big.
Oh,
Okay.
Brookline Interactive.
Right.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Right. That's permissible. Right. That's a public resource. That's not town resource. That's a video that's available to the public. He can use those resources. So there are differences between using public resources and using resources that are public. But I'm not familiar with what you're referring to. But I can give you examples where you can use a photo of Pierce in the background. Okay. But you can't use public resources. And here the concern was these were public employees on public time and public uniforms in front of public trucks as part of a campaign. That's like what the superintendent did with Pierce.
But,
okay. She
I'll come back to it.
It's not, it's not answered.
Two things
I've got
from
two-
Neil.
I've got
and I'll
two
be-
questions. One, you mentioned several times town policy. Whose policy is that? Is that by law? Or is that a policy that is enacted by the select board? Is that a select board policy?
Probably a select board policy.
And can you explain to me how and why that applies to town meeting, the legislature?
I think the finding of the investigator was that it didn't apply to town meeting.
Okay, so it's not, so the violation of town policy is just not an issue for the legislature.
That's
the
I
think
conclusion.
that's the conclusion.
Correct.
Yeah, so you keep mentioning this, the town policy, yet there's no finding, right, that there's a violation of town policy. So I understand who you think your client is. Your client's in fact the town, right? Broadly, right? And I don't understand how the legislature and the executive don't create a conflict over the notion that you represent the town, big T, the whole town. That's not my question.
Okay.
Right.
I can answer that.
It's not my question, so you don't have to answer it. But policy in any case, if you're telling me it's a select board policy, I don't for a minute understand how that applies to the legislature. Where they have the authority, right, to establish policy for the legislature. Right. The question of campaign finance laws, I don't understand what the campaign was. What is the campaign? Where's the ballot? Who's running for what? Town meeting and town meeting members are not subject to campaign finance laws as such. They can raise any amount of money, right? They're just not subject to, right? I'm not unfamiliar with campaign finance laws. Am I a lawyer? No, thank you. Right. But, give me at 101, right? What is the campaign finance law argument that this violation of campaign finance law? Where's the campaign?
They were using public resources for a question before town meeting.
Yeah, except that OCPF is specific about campaign, right? Not the use of public resources in connection with a campaign.
So you're having a hindsight bias problem here. Okay, so
I'm asking you what the campaign was in
and I answered
relation
that.
to the campaign finance,
right?
Not the use of town resources. That may or may not be a fact, right? I'm asking you where the law is that applies to this.
And I thought I answered that, but I don't
think you did.
Okay, and I want to make another point though. It's what's called hindsight bias. It's very easy to say you shouldn't have gone down this road because nothing came of it. But we can't decide whether to have an investigation and start down that road when we don't know the results of that investigation. So we had what we call a predicate. Was there credible evidence of wrongdoing? Okay. Sometimes we don't have credible evidence. Sometimes we have a complaint and you look at it and say, even if that's true, that's not illegal. We had credible evidence that there was wrongdoing. So we went forward with an investigation. And yes, some of this, the OCPF has a different definition of questions before town meeting versus ballot questions versus elections. Yes, That was the conclusion of the investigation. That was not known at the beginning of the investigation.
What
That's why
fact-
you do
What fact
investigation.
wasn't known that there was no campaign? The fact that town meeting members are exempt from the law, right, campaign finance law, that's known.
Okay,
You knew that?
not necessarily, no, I did not.
You don't know whether town meeting members are subject to campaign finance laws?
They're exempt from some things. They're not exempt from everything.
I'd like to know what they're not exempt from as town meeting members.
Well, the
Because
public records law for one, so you
they're
disagree
not
with that?
subject to the public records laws.
Yes, they are.
As town meeting members?
Yes,
I think, no, they're not.
we disagree on that.
Okay, let me just say this, right? This is way different. And I'm not the first to say this evening. Executive versus legislature is absolutely troubling and stifling and chilling. Right? There needs to be a higher standard before the executive with political power, right? And political clout decides to initiate a claim and investigate members of the legislature. That deserves a way higher standard than to launch an investigation, charge potential felonies, and expect town meeting members not to have to go out of pocket. We spent a lot of time tonight talking about diversity, those least able to run for town meeting, those least able to have the resources, right? And yet we have the executive, right, on its face, right, doing exactly all the things that we argue are reasonable, right, and desirable in terms of diversity. It's absolutely chilling and it's wrong.
A lot of people have raised their hands now, but I want to make sure that I don't forget Elisa, who's been waiting for a very long time.
It's okay, and actually, I'd rather have Danelle, since he's
Yeah,
got
I think it's-
personal, I would like to have him have the chance first.
All right, Danelle, remember what Harry said.
Yes, I will. I will. Okay. Thank you for giving me this time to talk. So I want to clarify a few things. First of all, this has been wicked traumatic. Okay. I had a beef. I had issues with the whole stipend ordeal because we have administrators attacking town meeting members and retaliating against. I want to clarify something. I left my house and got the first train to Chestnut Hill at 5 o'clock in the morning to go to the transfer station so we can do our research. Asked the sanitation workers if they want to keep their jobs. Same sanitation workers that showed up at the town meeting who said they wanted to keep their jobs way before 7 o'clock in the morning. That same day, Chaz was holding an event at their DPW yard, meaning we didn't hold them up. We didn't delay their work. There's no record of us even being at the transfer station other than that photo. This retaliation has rocked me. I'm in Section 8, okay? I lived in this town 46 years, town meeting member for 21 years. Like, bro, I've never had to go through something like this, ever. Talking about behavior, the behavior from the executive and those who take orders from the executive is wild to me. What happened to us? The investigator itself, who investigated us, we had to lawyer up. So there's a lot I want to say about this, but I'm going to hold my tongue. I'm going to be careful. But you're not the smartest man in that room. You're not the smartest person in that room, buddy. Okay? I need you to understand that. I'm not going to say anything else. It's wicked emotional. It's been traumatizing to me. Y'all have no idea. It's been wicked traumatizing. I'm still in my work uniform. This has been a traumatizing experience. I don't wish what happened to us to nobody. From us just doing our job, doing what we were elected and appointed to do. And because we opposed something that we got retaliated against. So yeah, I'm hurt. I'm really upset. And this is far from over. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'm gonna keep my mouth shut, but I'm pissed. I'm upset. And I am traumatized.
Thank you. Elisa?
Danelle and everybody else, I am so sorry that you've had to go through this. I'm sure it's been very traumatizing. I actually did have an investigation of myself, which was cleared. And I know they had to pay an investigator for me. So I am still trying to understand. It seems to me, am I allowed to ask what the violations were that were found? Because my understanding was in the first place that you can't use public resources to on behalf of something that is either a ballot question or an election of an individual that happens in the election booth. Am I incorrect on that one?
That's the town council. You don't have to ask me if you can ask him, just ask him.
Well, I am. I don't know what I'm looking at. I'm just looking at the screen.
So if you have questions about complying with campaign finance laws and ethics laws related to this campaign, Jonathan Simpson is taking the lead in my office and answering those questions.
Okay. So are we allowed to ask what the specific violation was? Is that?
One of the town meeting members who was not an AC member was found to have violated state ethics laws for not properly disclosing that he was advocating on behalf of a family member.
Okay, I see. So everybody else was exonerated. Is that correct? Everything?
Everyone else, there was no finding of violation for anyone else, the 4 members of the advisory committee.
So my thought is, I mean, just like Stanley Spiegel, he was exonerated. If there had been a finding of violations, then that maybe my view would be different. But to not reimburse people when it turns out that they didn't do anything wrong, but they were at risk of being harmed if they didn't hire a lawyer. I just think, isn't that morally something that the town should be covering? Because anyone can go file a complaint to the town. And if that person is found to be innocent, do we really want that person to have to pay for the lawyer? Is that, I mean, kind of is what Neil was saying, what Harry was saying. Is that the model that we want to present to others? I'm kind of shocked.
I think that's a rhetorical question.
But actually, can I address it? Because there is references to Stanley Spiegel. We recently had a complaint, since Stanley Spiegel, I wasn't here when that happened, but we had a complaint against they were all elected officials, but there was a question of whether some of the elected officials were acting within the scope of their office related to that complaint. Instead of saying that we weren't going to defend them, the duty to indemnify includes 2 different duties: a duty to defend and a duty to indemnify, meaning pay the judgment. So after the Stanley Spiegel incident and realizing that was not the best way of handling that case, I advocated, and the select board agreed, that we would defend all the elected officials. And if there was a question of the elected officials who were acting outside the scope of their employment, we reserved judgment on paying any indemnity. So I do want you to realize if you're concerned about what happened to Stanley Spiegel happening again, we already have remedied that. We defend elected officials, appointed officials, employees from third-party complaints. We do not defend claims that are basically inside the house, employee versus employee, or initiated by the administration towards, in this case, elected officials, appointed officials, or employees.
Yeah, but I guess I'm saying they didn't do anything wrong. Some administrator made a mistake. They filed a complaint, an investigation occurred, and the people who were being investigated did nothing wrong.
So that is what I'm referring to as an example of hindsight bias. We did not make a mistake by initiating the investigation because we had credible evidence that there was a predicate to investigate. And I think that would be upheld by any court. The fact that if the result of the investigation, after more than 100 hours of interviews and work, concluded that there was no violation, that's a different issue. So to say that, a mistake was made by initiating the investigation, I would absolutely disagree with that.
No, I'm not. You have a right. Everyone has a right to file a complaint that initiates an investigation. But it wasn't, there was no wrongdoing. And these people who are public servants had the burden of hiring attorneys to represent them on that. And I don't, Alec just wrote something and I don't know where, is that the law that he's quoting? Is that?
Just here, the earlier question, what I posted is a guidance from OCPF that includes some passages pertinent to this section. And the quote I just posted comes from that guidance, which I would note is the second Google result if you Google OCPF town meeting.
And what's the date on that?
Can you read it?
Oh, it's 1991.
The guidance was posted as of February 2015.
Yeah, but that was revised in 2015. It originally was issued in 1991. It says municipal officials are not restrained from using public resources to distribute information regarding warrant article to residents prior to a town meeting. And it goes on. Janice, I think you had a 2-finger, and I think Neil had a 2-finger.
Might be a 3-finger right now,
and then-
but
oh, then-
maybe a 1-finger right now.
And then Brian after.
Yes, so I'd like to take it out of the legal realm for a minute to the realm of common sense. The goal here the issue was privatization versus not privatization. It was we discussed it at the advisory committee, it was brought before town meeting. The desire to privatize won. And the losing side got fined, had legal action against them. To me, it makes really it's no common sense. Nothing they did changed the outcome that the town wanted, which is privatization. And so that's why this is retaliation.
Yeah.
Because the town got what it wanted. It brought it before town meeting. It received the recommendation they wanted, that the select board wanted, that the commissioner of DPW wanted. It passed. And yet somehow that wasn't enough. The town had to then retaliate against the people who are on the losing side. And to me, just common sense, it makes no sense at all for the town to spend any money on legal action against the losing side. I mean, the issue was resolved. It was over. And yet a cumulative amount of over $50,000 was spent over, in my view, nothing. There was nothing there anymore. It was over. There was a battle. It was fought. There was a winning side. There was a losing side, and it was over. And so that's what, to me, makes no sense at all, why it had to even go to legal action. And I know you're saying there was a complaint. I think that it should have been just bring people to the table, you talk it out. You don't have to initiate legal action. And it's very disappointing to me that that was the chosen avenue. When, you know, we are always going to have disagreements. We are a deliberative body. We're not always going to agree on everything. And then we take it to town meeting, and town meeting has a judgment. And to Neil's point, this is true. I mean, this is legislative action. And in my view, the executive overstepped, and there should be a financial remedy for this overstepping on the executive side.
Steve, actually,
It's not, I'm lying to you, Dennis. It's not actually a two-finger. Joe, could you please, I know, could you please explain to the committee, because I didn't follow this particularly closely, I have to admit that. You keep referring to credible evidence of a violation. Could you explain what you thought credible evidence was so that we can understand that a little bit better? Because, you know, first, I don't understand exactly how the complaint generated and then what the credible evidence was.
So then I would suggest that you read the report. Again, it's 19 pages. It's not one complaint. We're referring to one, it's just a picture. If that's your understanding of what this is about, you should read the 19 pages. And you should read the hundreds of pages that are attached to it, the 35 exhibits, the dozens of interviews. So to do justice to that, I would suggest you read the report. I'll be happy.
No, Joe, that's the report. You said you went forward with the investigation.
Correct.
Because you believe that there was credible evidence to justify it. All I'm saying to you is, as that decision maker, because you were that decision maker, what was your credible evidence?
First of all, I was not the decision maker, and the town administrator has said that. But it's more than what I can remember. So that's why I'm suggesting you read the 19 pages and the hundreds of pages of exhibits. I'll be happy to send you a copy. It's a public record.
That's not actually an answer, Joe.
Then
I'll
get
be
back to
honest
you
with
with
you.
it. I'll send it to you. I'll get back to you.
Brian and then Barry.
I feel like we're operating in perhaps somewhat decreasing darkness here. I was one of the people who voted against Harry's resolution table because, as I said, I have no idea what this is about. I've been piecing things together. I appreciate very much Harry's recitation of facts, but I didn't know until now that we had access to this report. So I still like, I mean, I wanted to call somebody on the carpet. There's a carpet, but I don't know who. But I have a specific legal question that probably the lawyer isn't going to sound specific. You're saying that if we reimburse these 5 people, that it will open the floodgates to many more and larger claims. But it seems to me that that implies that you're saying if we reimburse these people and then these police officers or others come forward and say you have to pay us too, that you can go to court and say, no, I'm afraid that indeed it's the same thing. There's no distinction between employee and non-employee, but between executive and legislative victims of this, that you can't defend that distinction. It's all the same.
Well, in court, yes, I can, but I believe it was raised earlier. You want to spend the money for $21,000 for town meeting members, but then when more than 20 police officers come, we're going to say no to them.
Absolutely.
I don't know how we say that. So we're going to treat, appointees differently than employees. If we're going to set this rule, and, this may be, you may not hear it from me, but all the other employees hear me say this all the time. If we're going to set a rule, we have to live by that rule into the future. So if the rule you want us to have into the future is people subject to an investigation get reimbursed for their attorney's fees, you're going to have people like 24 police officers say, what about me? You gave it to town meeting members. What about me? And it's going to be hard to say no. Legally, I can, but Perry was upset when I enforced the law against Jonathan Chen. It was illegal for us to pay that tax bill. I constantly told him, you could go sue the new owner. You have a claim against the new owner. You're probably, that's a 3-foot putt claim against the new owner. It's illegal for us to have paid that claim. Okay. So here I'm saying, we don't have to pay this claim. You can talk about fairness and all that stuff. Right. That's not my department. I'm a lawyer. There's no legal liability for us to pay this claim.
And so the fact that it's legislative versus executive dispute in this case, you can't make the policy in those terms as exclusive to executive legislative. issues?
That's a political decision, but I've found politicians, when they exempt the legislature from laws that, only apply to them, that's bad politics. It's what, one of the planks of Newt Gingrich's, have the laws apply to Congress just like it applies to everybody else. So you want to make a law that only applies to town meeting members and not to employees?
So it's not, that's what I seem to hear you saying, that we can engage in bad politics and you'll just have to live with that.
I do. There's a quote from Justice Scalia that back when he was an originalist, it's stupid but constitutional. You guys can do policy as much as you want. I only weigh in when it's legal.
Harry.
Yeah, I'm kind of echoing some of Brian's points. I feel like we need more information. I feel like we need the report, and I hate to table again, but I think we need a table so we can read the report.
Yeah.
There's a couple, but I'm gonna go to Harry.
So I just want to go on 2 points. When somebody has committed a crime and the DA or the state prosecutor is trying to figure out whether to bring charges, there's something called prosecutorial discretion. And they don't have to bring charges. There could be extenuating circumstances where they say, we're not going to bring charges against this person, even though if you look at the black letter of the law, we could attempt to, in good faith, convict them because of the extenuating circumstances. It's not in good faith. Dennis and I spoke with the town administrator whose decision this was, and said, this is a nothing burger. You don't have to do an investigation. You can, if you want this investigation, tell whoever complained to file a complaint with the Ethics Commission and have the Commonwealth of Massachusetts do the investigation. The town doesn't have to do it. That discretion exists with the town. The town made a judgment call not to do that, unfortunately. But they didn't have to do that. I think anyone with good common sense would have followed the advice that Dennis and I gave. And there are several of us in this room who have been or are attorneys. And in giving advice to our clients, we give more than the black letter of the law. We give judgment advice. And I think if that was not given in this case, that was an error. Because you can say to your client, can you bring a charge here? Yes, you can. Can you do an investigation? Yes, you can. But here's my judgment. It would be a mistake. And if that wasn't done here, and or if the town administrator didn't follow that advice, then that's on the town. Because none of this had to happen. None of this. And again, as somebody pointed out, this is a case of sore winners, not sore losers, sore winners. The privatization didn't get past advisory and didn't get past town meeting. This was a nothing, and should never have been proceeded with.
Fran and Carter.
So during VAC meetings over this, I sort of sat back and I listened because, I understood both parts of the arguments. But what I observed as a professional observer, as a scientist, was the more AC objected to what the executive and DPW wanted to do, the more angry they got. And the way I look at this is, it is an effect or the intent of the executive to tell the advisory board not to do anything that you can't object to what we say. And we're going to use this to attack those who did vocally object. And for a long time, you made everyone silent. And then you released everyone's name in public, even the people who were found innocent. So I find this highly objectionable. It is our duty as AC and TM members to look at everything, to answer questions, to investigate. So let me give you a great example. I had a warrant article last year to ask that the select board and everybody consider seniors in looking at Newbury College. If I had Emily Williams come with me on my trip to Newbury College to see the site, and as everyone knows, I take a picture of everything. And when I presented the need to pass my resolution, I showed a picture of Emily, who's a town employee, in front of Newbury College, which is a town-owned building. And I argued that you gotta understand seniors' need to be considered. Am I going to be sued by the town for using town property and ethics violations? I mean, you talk about setting a precedent with paying people off who were found innocent, they're lawyers, but you're setting a precedent saying that the select board and the town council can blind blank over any town meeting member or AC member who disagrees with them and gets up in front and argues. And that is the most frightening precedent I've ever experienced. Period.
I'm just gonna say that the more that this discussion goes down, the more I feel like I've seen this in the news over and over by someone who's in the White House and goes against Congress. And it's just scary that it can happen also at the local level. And we maybe don't realize it, but it's super Trumpian what's going on.
Lee?
There's something that Joe said a little while ago. I just want to get some clarification on. When talking about Stanley Spiegel, I think, Joe, you said something about in the aftermath of that, the policy was adopted that the town would defend elected officials. Did I mishear you?
We did recently in an allegation against several elected officials, yes.
So why wasn't that policy adopted here?
Because this was a complaint not from a third party, but it was decided by the administration to investigate, as opposed to complaints that we get from third parties that a resident or something like that says an employee or official or appointee did something wrong, and the administration thinks that the employee, the official did not. Here there was a predicate to believe something happened that needed to be investigated.
Okay, so in other words, the town will defend an elected official provided that the complaint comes from the outside, but if a town official decides to go after an elected official, then it's open season. Is really what you're telling me.
No, I did not say that.
Here we are in one of the bluest towns in one of the bluest states. And what we've been listening to sounds very much like a certain president going after certain senators for investigating the president at some point. I mean, I just don't see how this is any possible justification for this, and I don't even know what authority the town administrator or a department head or wherever this complaint originated has to go after a town meeting member for simply disagreeing was disagreeing with the position that they were trying to adopt. And if the town is going to adopt a policy that when any town meeting member disagrees with the administration, with the town administrator or with the select board. That it's open season on that town meeting member. I think that is very serious and I mean, if anything has to be investigated, it would be that if that's really the policy. I just can't see any possible justification for this. I don't care, what law you think was violated, if any was violated. Apparently, nothing was really violated. But this was discretionary on the part of town council. Town council decided to pursue it, perhaps under pressure from the town administrator, from the select board. But I don't see any justification for it, and I can't support it.
Then I would suggest you read the report.
The report is an after the fact report, Mr. Callahan. Before the report was even initiated, this should have been thrown out. By the time you got through the report, you had already made a decision that something was violated. The fact of the matter is, this was a retaliation by certain town officials who disagreed with positions of certain town meeting members. The report was self-serving as far as I'm concerned.
So before I go into call, I'm going to call on Pam. I'm going to call on Kelly, and I'm going to remind everybody who hasn't been paying attention that it's almost 11 o'clock.
That was gonna be my initial.
Some of us have
Okay,
light to
but
take in the morning.
Okay, I like to be quick about it. I think that we all have opinions here,
Mhm.
and I want to know what we think we're gonna do with those opinions, because we have to,
No, there's going to be a motion made any second now.
right, but one is not to approve the legal possible. But the other one is, can we bring stuff, can the advisory committee do something to amend the budget that doesn't,
Yeah, not tonight.
no, but
No,
I mean,
but-
but before town meeting, that would get our point of view across and give us an opportunity to speak to town meeting about our concerns, which,
I will turn it back over to Harry in a minute to talk about the
and I think we need to come to some conclusion because it's 11 o'clock.
Kelly.
I'm gonna hold my peace.
Okay, Harry.
Yeah, for town council, if 31K is cut, what would be cut from the budget in FY 27?
I don't know. So
But I thought we were, oh, sorry.
There's two different, you're conflating two things. Just
Yeah.
pick the number.
All right, 24. So
we would have to get back to you.
So what Harry said earlier, if I'll paraphrase. I think what Harry is going to do is move favorable action on the legal, budget for fiscal year 27 as proposed, with the caveat that he reserves the right during our debate over the final budget that we put together, in the same way that we have been maintaining a list of adjustments we want to make, that potential adjustment to that budget might be withstanding, and a potential adjustment to the reserve fund allocation might be appropriate depending. That the only motion, and that the other motion he was going to make tonight was a resolution that Lisa distributed that I can project if you want.
Can I move to table?
Absolutely.
I second that.
Second.
So let me ask you a question. Are you moving to table everything?
The entire town council budget, with the stipulation that town council come back with the people that he needs to answer the questions that he's told us he cannot answer, which were multiple at this point.
And just send us the 19-page doc.
So I'm perfectly willing not to move approval of the budget. I'm perfectly willing not to move approval of my resolution, although I'd like people to see it if they haven't seen it.
That was Lisa sent it, so.
It's an email.
It's an email. She sent it as an email. Yeah, we don't have to, I mean, at this point, there's no.
But I'm perfectly happy not to make any kind of move.
In that case,
What about a motion to at least provide reimbursements to the claimants, I'm sorry.
We can't do that.
No.
We can't do that.
No, as a budget amendment, incorporate a budget amendment as part of it.
We can do that
We can do
later
that.
in the month when we do our.
Okay, okay.
final amendments. And I would ask you to read the resolution that was sent to you by email.
What about a conditional appropriation? Can we do it?
Yeah.
None of those things can be done tonight.
No, not tonight, but just.
So let's talk about what we can do tonight.
Tonight we could table.
We can, the conditions of appropriation, I mean, if I'll put on my Melissa hat, say, generally speaking, no, not for that, but there might be some way to construct an appropriation that would be appropriate. And then Neil will make a standard counter to Melissa.
Two quickies and.
We still need a motion to table this.
Yeah, so I want to speak to the motion of the table and then very quickly on the motion of condition of appropriation. On the motion to table. We've learned nothing productive since the last time we moved to table. We don't know anything more than we knew then. The motion to simply approve the legal services budget, right, is a really simple motion and we know what the number is, right? And so to approve it, thinking that we might want to change it makes no sense to me whatsoever.
We did that for Council on Aging and for
no, because we approved the bulk of the budget and we have the little scorecard that we're going to go through later. But as Harry said, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, we don't have a lot of leverage. We have the leverage that we have. And so thank you very much. I'll second the motion to table. As a condition of appropriation, I appreciate Melissa's position. Because it just wreaks havoc with controller's office in putting conditions on the budget. But this is a case where the conditions that we might consider, that I might bring, or a condition, would be well known by the select board, the town administrator and town council, and shouldn't trouble the controller. It's not that kind of issue.
So then, can I just ask one quick question?
Yeah.
Joe, when this all started, were you given your marching orders from the select board or the town administrator?
You'll have to ask the town administrator.
What?
That's confidential attorney-client communication, so I can't answer that.
Dennis, can I suggest that we invite the town administrator to come and speak to us on this issue?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's bring him in here and see what he has to say.
In this room.
Yeah. With the band.
All the fun stuff happens in this.
This is the room. This is why we're not doing it.
Company chairs that make the meetings longer.
This is the room where
Bad things happen.
bad things happen.
This room.
We can't do it in 103.
Well, that's why the motion to table included language that said, bring whoever you need to answer the questions.
Yeah, you need a more
Do we need to specify who?
But we asked the questions.
We're tabling the legal services budget until, Harry, do you have a suggestion for when? I mean, we don't have to pick a date.
I don't have a suggestion.
Should be on a Thursday. though.
It should be on a Tuesday.
Tuesday.
since we'll be
Tuesday.
in
Oh, yeah,
this
Tuesday.
room. You know, we're supposed to wind up the whole budget on April 28th, which is a Tuesday.
Yeah, it's 2
It's
weeks.
2 weeks from tonight.
Well, you guys can, you can do it next week. I'm traveling.
We usually do budget work on the first night of town meeting.
I don't have a suggestion.
Yeah, I don't either.
Let's do 2 weeks.
Yeah, that'll be a fun night.
Bring your fun to this one.
Yeah. No, it won't be more fun than this. All right, well, let's table this to discussion. Mike,
Carla has her hand up.
oh, Carla, go ahead.
I'm wondering whether you want to move it to April 23rd?
Well, that's a Thursday. We're Zoom only that night.
Oh, okay. And you wanted, okay.
Well, we'd have to get a room.
We have to get around.
That would be, I think there is,
There's no.
in the agenda for that evening, there've been, articles that aren't going to be moved. So there are only 3 articles on the agenda for that evening, 12, 20, and 24.
Lisa, could you see if you can get a one for the 23rd?
Yeah, let's try that. We can always move it later if we have to.
Yeah. School vacation. I can make call them 24 quick.
I don't think we technically, well, I'm just gonna take a vote on the motion table just for completeness. Michael,
Yes.
Elise,
Yes.
Harry,
Yes.
David, Mark,
Yes.
Neil,
Yes.
Perry,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Elisa,
Yes.
Janet,
Yes.
Brian,
Yes.
Alex,
Abstain.
Gerald. Gerald might be gone. Liz,
Yes.
Pam, Jocelyn,
Abstain.
Danielle,
I have to abstain.
Linda. She made it fun. Yeah, she's.
Yes.
Fran,
Yes.
David,
Yes.
Carlos.
Yeah.
Margaret. Lee,
Yes.
Christine.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Before people leave, we're meeting on Thursday night at Zoom only. We're gonna be first reconsideration of warrant article 22, which is modernized proposition 2.5.
That's.
We'll be doing the building department budget, and we'll be doing a very quick hearing on warrant articles 18 and 19, which are not being moved.
Thank you, and it's gonna be chaired by Harry.
Yeah.
All right. Good night, everyone. Thank you. Thank you, town council.
Thank you.
Someone please take any pictures of for me.